All right. Hello, gamers. Mukluk here, and we are back. Oh, bye. Welcome back, everyone. We have returned to the wonderful world of Guild Wars 2, which is Stereo, by the way. Did you know that? Hello there. I think I skipped half my intro, but Nogdog messed it up. So, we are back at Tyria. I am a few minutes late today, but I did ping the Discord and let them know. Was having dinner with my dad. His birthday is tomorrow. My birthday was yesterday, so we were having like a birthday dinner. And I am very, very fat right now. Also, I've got the hiccups, so you might hear some hiccups. So, today, the current plan, among other things, is that we are going to try out the last elite spec that I've not done anything with, which is the conduit. And we're going to see if we like it. Happy birthday, Muck Senior. I'll let him know. I'll let him know. Antiquary wasn't the last. No, we did Antiquary yesterday. It's the only one that I tested that I didn't give feedback to on the ArenaNet website, on their forums, because I wasn't sure what to write. On all of the others, when I had something negative to say, I was like, hey, I don't like this, but I would fix it by changing this. Like, you know, I tried to be constructive with it. However, the Antiquary, I just hated it. And I was like, I can't think of what they should do to fix this. Like, I can't think of anything constructive to say about it. 200 people normal stream, 2,000 people daily stream. Well, we just started. I mean, the viewer count still hasn't settled yet. But give it some time. But yeah, no, we're not going to get 2,000 people 2 days in a row. That's not going to happen. Morning, Mike. Hi, Empress. How you doing? Happy birthday. Thank you, Jay Moore. I see 3 Wars 2 streamers with birthdays this week. What's going on with that? Copycats, all of them. Fun theming, poor execution for Antiquary or question mark? Everything. It felt terrible to play, in my opinion. And on top of that, separate from that, like, the lore for the class, it doesn't make any damn sense. Like, it doesn't make any sense that it's in the game. It's like having friggin' Bugs Bunny just get dropped into Tyria. So, like, lore-wise, makes no sense. Playing it, hated it. So, we'll see what others come up with. Just got here. When is your birthday? It was yesterday. But I was streaming all day yesterday, so I saw my extended family about the birthday today. As a Warrior main, I'm thrilled with Paragon. Paragon's probably my first or second favorite that I've played so far. Paragon was really good. How's the throat today? It's fine. I got the hiccups right now, excuse me. But this morning it was really rough from talking all last night. Is Ritualist any good? It's the only one I will be very sad if it's bad. Support Ritualist and Support Paragon were my top 2. I'm not sure which is which, but they were both really good. DPS Rit felt pretty low damage. DPS Paragon was, what is this thing? DPS Paragon, I did not try. I don't know how DPS Paragon is. Oh, that needs to go in the vault. Alright. Where did I get this thing? 4 gold. I have no memory of this item. Bone Skinner's Rib. I just started streaming recently. I was wondering, what does your management group side quest actually do? What do they do? Okay, so let's say you want to do a sponsored stream, okay? A sponsored stream, for example, it would be like, let's say World of Warcraft is like, hey Muck, we want you to play in the Plunderstorm tournament and get your viewers to watch Plunderstorm. We will pay you X amount of money for 2 hours of your time, and you will do, you know, these things during that 2 hours. All right, so that's a sponsored stream. When you are just on your own, it can be challenging to get sponsored streams. You got to reach out and talk to lots of people. If you have a management company such as SideQuest, what they do is they basically have a portfolio for each of the people that they represent. So they might go to a company and be like, hey, we heard you're looking for streamers to promote your product. And they'll be like, yeah, sure. Who do you got? And SideQuest is like, we represent these 20 people. Would you like any of these? And they'll be like, well, do you have anybody that does RPGs? And they'll be like, oh, sure, this one, and Mukluk. And they'll be like, okay. And so essentially, they're constantly like pitching me to a bunch of different companies to try to see if I can fulfill their needs, to do like sponsorships and stuff. And so often it doesn't work, but they do it so often that sometimes it does. And they, you know, for their work, they get a cut of it. And so if they bring me any work and I accept it, then they get a cut of that. But I'm still making way more from sponsorships than I used to when I was on my own, because they're completely focused on that. Yeah, there's a few other minor things that they help with, but that's the main thing, is they try to get like sponsored stuff for me. Mostly for finding sponsors, not really helping with managing the stream itself. Correct. Like, I have my own show. They have nothing to do with the show. Like, they represent a whole bunch of other streamers as well. And no, they're not messing with the show at all. Let's see. Ballad says, as a Rev player who's still in the fairly casual end, Conduit feels like I want to love it, but it doesn't love me. An abusive relationship. A-Rod says, I still don't understand why they design a range spec when the meta for years dictates stacking altogether. I think that you're talking about Gale Shot. If you're talking about Gale Shot, I mean, keep in mind that in PvP and World v World it can be ranged, or open world, but yeah, PvE, you would be in the stack. Yes. Thanks for explaining. Sure. Zeus will say there's a problem with classes like Untamed and events when visuals are bad. Why not simply add an option like Thick Squad health bars to tune down player visuals in groups? What is the last elite spec you're trying? Conduit. Going to try out a Revenant. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. Sorry. Alright. Revenant. And... oh, that's really close to how my guy normally looks. Let's see. Face details. Giant iris. Alright, skip to N. What is this comment? Gondumut. There we go. Trying to find a way to do damage now that I could do 2.5 to 3k heals per second. Okay. Alright, my arms appear to be orange. And I'm leaving behind tobacco smoke. What does it do? That movement, though. Alright, what do we got? Legendary Entity Stance. Dervish. Okay. Let's head to the testing room. Clip that for the new intro. I don't need that. He's got orange chicken arms. So bad at Revenant, mine is doing chest duty. It doesn't click for me in any way. We'll see. We'll see how it feels. We will see how it feels. Nice Cheeto dust mug. Thank you. Alright, so, first off, we're going to equip our legendary equipment. And then we will find a build. So what all can Conduit do? DPS plus what? Can it be like heal a lack or DPS quick? Like what's going on there? What all can it do? It can't? It just can't, that's it. I mean, that'll make it real simple if it's just DPS. Okay. Alright. So... let's see. Snow Crows, let me see if they've already got anything useful for Conduit. Revenant. And Control F Conduit. There's a Condi one, and there's a Power one. Okay. Alright, let's open up the condition one. What is this one? This is mace, axe, spear. And power is sword, sword, greatsword. Okay. That one uses assassin, this one uses demon. Alright, sure. Let's try it out. So we need Zemut, and we need an axe, and we need a spear. Alright, and Viper's gear. Alright, Viper. We're using Runes of the Trapper. Equip those. Apply to all armor. And Viper over here. Apply to all. And Relic of the Fractal. Alright. Weapons, Viper all. And Geomancy and Doom on the first set. Okay, fine. And change this one. Doom. For one whose blood pressure is about to rise, we salute you. What? For those about to rev, we salute you. Torment. Earth. Alright. Now, let's mess with the appearance a little bit. Let's give him his standard hat. And standard shoulders. And do we want a back item at all? Quaggan hat? He doesn't need a Quaggan hat. Shut up. That's quality armor. Thanks. Legendary gear makes it so much easier. Yeah, it's pretty great. Should definitely get in on that. Ah, what happened to the colors there? What the hell? Random. That's fine. Okay. Ah, what's happening?
School raided my stream with 71 viewers.
Ghoul X Ghoul. I think that was an anime. Thank you. Appreciate that. Welcome. We are about to learn how to conduit. Or die trying. I'm not sure which. Welcome to the stream, all of you. Hello. I gotta reskin this, though. The legendaries are making too many lights. Gotta turn that down. Let's see. What's a more modest axe skin? That's fine. Okay, new to Guild Wars 2, here to learn Ghoul Raid. Oh, yo, that's awesome. You guys just started? Well, you know what? Fine, we'll go hard on this. Mugla Douglas, Bartholomew, Reginald Esquire the Fourth, the Sir Chauncey Van Sybil's the Third. Welcomes all of you to the lab. Hope you enjoy your stay. Entertainment is on the way. Crank up the speakers. Don't touch the speakers. Giveaways every week. Please take a seat, but you'll only need the age. My name's Muck. I do a lot of different games, but I'm most known for the 193 guides I've made for Guild Wars 2. If you've got any questions, I can either tell you the answer or I can direct you to someone who's got the answer almost shortly. Just let me know. They know Muck, but they know Teapot. That's fine. Teapot was already big on the scene when I started. Everybody knows Teapot. They don't know? Which one was supposed to be don't know? We did our first guild puzzle today, so dope. Nice. I've got a couple of max level guilds, so I know how those go. Who is Teapot? When I started doing Guild Wars 2 stuff, like 6 years ago, there was a couple of major content creators for Guild Wars 2, such as Mighty Teapot, who's been streaming it for close to 10 years, Wooden Potatoes, who was the only YouTube channel for a long time, over 100k subs related to Guild Wars 2. He is a lore junkie. Dolphy, who made lots of written guides to the game. And I'm more well-known now, but like those three were big like when I started. How's the Revenant? Not sure yet. I'm about to try this out. Alright, so for this one, I'm supposed to be using this and this. We're copying a guide someone's made. We'll see how well this performs. When I started, you're the first one I watched. Because you have excellent taste, Zayark. Yes. Would you make a second Conflux to finish out all edge accessories, or would you make a Coalescence? Coalescence is the reason that I went into raids in the first place, which means that if it wasn't for Coalescence, you guys would not have all the guides I've made for the raid fights. I literally went in there because I was like, well, I want to have the full set. Because like when you have like Transcendence and Coalescence and all that stuff equipped, it makes this whole friggin' like light show above your head. And I wanted to have the whole set, which you can see right there. And so I was like, all right, I'm gonna make myself do raids. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna do that. Wooden Potatoes and Matt, visual the OG. How's Conduit? We're about to find out. We raided in here, I think, a couple days ago, and I'm trying to learn off you. Well, questions are always welcome, even if I'm playing other games. Like tomorrow morning, I'll be on something besides Guild Wars 2, and you can still ask Guild Wars 2 questions. That's fine. Okay, let's figure this out. First time on Conduit. We are going to copy this build and see if it feels any good to play. So first we need that guy, him. We're gonna go bing, 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 bing. Okay, and then we don't have to worry about changing utilities and stuff like that. So let's read the stuff we got, and let's see what we have. Average, additional options, condi, all. Please spawn. And self, add boons. Just give me all the boons. Alright, let me see what we got here. Corruption. Release a burst of torment energy when you switch legends. Okay. Torment does increase damage. Condition damage is increased. Conditions you apply to foes last longer, but conditions applied to you also last longer. Uh-oh. Damaging conditions you apply last longer. Invoke Torment applies poison and burning. Invoker's Rage. Gain Fury when you invoke a legend. While your health is above the threshold, strike damage dealt is increased. All damage dealt is increased while you have Fury. Invoking a legend grants boons to allies based on the legend that was invoked. What's his name? Raza? Okay, so Raza gives the same boons as the legend equipped in the other slot. And Demon is 2 seconds of resistance to the party. Really? There's nothing better than that in this column? Heal yourself and gain swiftness and use the skill as energy cost. Gain might when you get furry. Okay. Gain energy when you break stun. Invoking a legend while at or below the energy threshold grants extra energy to your new legend. Okay. Conduit. Gain access to Cosmic Wisdom and Legendary Entity. The effects of Cosmic Wisdom changes depending on which legend you are currently using. Gain affinity while using legend skills, which increases the duration of Cosmic Wisdom. Okay. I just noticed my hotbar has a lot of stuff going on right now. This is orange and like fireworks and stuff. Alright. Effects of Cosmic Wisdom change depending on which legend you are currently using. Gain affinity while using legend skills, which increases duration of Cosmic Wisdom. Okay. Gain affinity when using a weapon skill that costs energy. Gain attributes based on your equipped legends. Gain additional attributes when a legend is active. So 50 to all, and then 120 condi damage. Okay. Gain unique benefits granted by Cosmic Wisdom. Sorry, unique benefits granted by Cosmic Wisdom have increased effects. I think Demon is form of the Mesmer, so 180 expertise, 180 condition damage. Okay, and Dervish is 150 to all. Alright. Gain boons when you use Cosmic Wisdom, depending on which legends you have equipped. Fury for Razah, and Demon is Resistance. The effects of Cosmic Wisdom now last indefinitely, but they drain energy continually while it's active. When you swap legends, gain energy for each point of affinity you had before swapping. Okay. Alright, so if I just... Okay, so I can see the affinity up here. There's like 3 little pips. Okay, so then I hit... And what is that doing? Form of the Dervish. Gain all attributes when you strike an enemy, magical scythe occasionally spins around you. Yeah, I see it. That's a weird way to have a scythe spin around me. The handle up and the top of it down? I would have thought it would have been like, you know, the shaft of the weapon going out and then like the hook part so it would like go around me in a sweep. Yeah, it looks like it's stirring cake batter. Okay, fine. Alright, so, got that. Stop showing the form you're currently in. Alright, so when we activate that, we get the form of the dervish, which is 150 to all stats, and occasionally does the spinny blade thing. Alright. Other buttons. Shielding hands. Channel revitalizing energy that heals you with every pulse. While channeling, you take reduced strike and condition damage. Resonance. If legendary centaur stance is equipped, you additionally heal allies around you during channeling, and you take reduced strike and condition damage for a short amount of time after the channeling completes. Okay, so that's for centaur. Alright. These hands. Alright. Hexeater Vortex. Remove conduits from yourself, then fire projectiles that inflict conditions at random enemies within your radius based on the number of conditions removed. If Demon Stance is equipped, the max number of projectiles is always fired, regardless of conditions removed, and all projectiles are fired at the closest enemy instead. That's kind of neat. What's the range on you? 360. That was out of range. Squat Waffles. That is quite the name. Thank you for the tier 1. Okay. Gladiator's Defense. Breaks out of stun, damaging and weakening enemies around you. Gain boons if this skill strikes at least one enemy. Remove additional energy if this skill was used to break a stun. If Dwarf Stance is equipped, the additional energy cost for breaking stuns is reduced, and the boons are also granted to allies in a radius around you. Okay. Alright. Beguiling Haze. Send an unblockable fragment of Rizal toward a targeted opponent. If the fragment reaches the target, Shadow Step to the enemy, dealing damage and dazing them. If it hits, you can use this skill, You can use this skill this up to 2 more times with no energy cost or casting time. Daze is not inflicted again when targeting the same enemy more than once. If Assassin Stance is equipped, the skill becomes ground targeted AoE and strikes enemies in its radius. Okay.
Pudding and wafer cookies are good. They make me fat, so I can get stuck in my chair and watch you.
What? Alright. Alright, and the last one, Twin Moon Sweep. Spawn a fragment of Rizal at your targeted location. Both you and the fragment attack with a scythe, damaging and inflicting conditions on a foe at your location. Gain might for each foe struck. The skill gains additional bonuses depending on the legend in the other slot. If Demon Stance, you and the fragment shatter after the initial attack, doing additional damage and confusion. Okay. Alright. And when I have Demon Stance out... Cosmic Wisdom Mesmer. Invoke the power of the Mesmer, granting additional condition damage expertise. Inflict a random damaging condition whenever you strike an enemy. Whenever I strike an enemy? That's pretty wild. Okay. Alright. Got the little spiky thing on my head.
That waistline, yes.
I swear it's usually legendary. Okay. Alright, let's see. Oh, stop attacking. Let's see. What is the rotation here? What do we got? Scott says, been watching YouTube vids for a while. Finally decided to check you out on Twitch. Question, pancakes or waffles? Also, RIP Scriptmancer. Pancakes or waffles? Yo, man, I love both. I love both. But if you're going to force me to pick one, I may be 51% waffle, 49% pancake. I might be leaning to the waffle side. But I like them both. You hate pancakes? Oh my gosh, he didn't even mention toast. Okay. Let's see. Start in legendary entity stance. Okay. Oh wait, this thing keeps going even when you swap forms? Alright. Twin Moon Sweep. Oh, god damn it. Great. We've already got something I can't find. Where's that? That's Twin Moon Sea. Alright, so the Elite, and then Hex Eater, and then Echoing Eruption. Is that the other weapon? That's Mace 3. Alright, so Elite, and then Echoing Eruption, swap to Demon Stance, Cosmic Mesmer, Embrace the Darkness, Temporal Rift, and then Fissure. Okay, and then continue with the Legendary Demon Stance loop. Demon Stance. Immediately use Embrace the Darkness, Searing Fissure. We already did that. Use Abyssal Force and Abyssal Raise with some auto attacks in between them. What? Might you see Snowcross' Evoker at 57k? Yeah, I never really cared about the DPS Evoker though. I cared about the support one. I was kind of let down by that one. Look, what is that unfortunate character name? I don't even remember what I named this guy. Conduit. Use Abyssal Raise, Abyssal Force and Abyssal Raise with some auto attacks in between. Where are those buttons? God dang it, Snowcrows. Today I hate you. Where is Abyssal Force and Abyssal Raise? Those are on Spear? Okay. Alright, so that's 2 and then 5. This is to maximize the number of empowered pulses from Embrace the Darkness. Okay. Abyssal Strike reduces the cooldown of Raise, so don't cancel the auto. You can use Blitz or Blot if you have an abundance of energy. Okay. When below 10 energy, swap to Entity. Make sure not to run out entirely, as this will cancel Cosmic Wisdom Mesmer. Alright, so... respawn. Okay, so... this is going to take a bunch of tries. We do this, and then Hex Eater, and then Echoing Eruption, and then Demon Stance, and Cosmic, and then this, and then this, and this, and then Weapon Swap, and then 2 and 5, and swap back to this guy, and Twin Thing, Hex, Weapon Swap, 2, 3, Auto Attack Chain, 2, Hex Eater, and then Rift. God, where is Rift? Alright, that's 5, 2, and then Hex Eater 3, swap to Demon. Okay, so Demon is Embrace the Darkness. And was there a weapon swap here somewhere? No, they forgot to write that. Okay. Alright, so we are in that for a very short amount of time. Okay. Let's reset. Let's reset. Alright. And... hold on, I'm trying to get this thing off cooldown. Alright. So... Did I let that end? No, I didn't. It's fine. Are you feeling it, Muck? The carpal tunnel? Honestly, I'm surprised how little damage I'm doing at this point in time. Like, when I'm pressing this many buttons on other classes, I'm usually doing way more. I wonder if the power build's better, because this is me trying the conduit build right now. I wonder if the power one would get better results. Oh, that's the wrong button. So, just under 30k right now. What setting is showing floating damage numbers broken out by condition? Hold on. It's in here somewhere. Trying to remember. That's a setting I turned on years ago, but it's somewhere in here. So recharge. Is this your birthday? No, yesterday was my birthday. Where is that? It's called Simple Condition Floater. Okay. It's in the middle of the above part. Mike, you have it disabled? Dude, I'm not seeing it. It's an unchecked box. In the middle of the checkboxes. Which set of checkboxes? At the top. Show simple condition floaters. Disable icons for condition damage. Each condition damage source will appear numerically. I don't think that's what we're looking for. There is a thing that is like where you see all the ticks separately, and then there's one that just like merges the ticks into one message to reduce clutter. That's what I was looking for. That is the option. Here, hang on. Let's see. Okay, so look, now it's doing this crap. I don't think... No, that is not what we were talking about. Okay. I mean, the person who asked, I think, might be wanting this. So, yeah. Anyway, I don't... I might be thinking of a different setting entirely. But show simple condition floater. See if that's what you want. Liquor says, awesome. Sorry to burn your time on that. No, it's fine. It's just, it's a setting that I have had set for years, and I couldn't remember. Hey, Mug, I have a question. Do you get the daily fractal bonus per character, or is it account-based? Fractals are account-based. You can do them on any character, but then if you swap characters, you're not going to get the reward, like, again. Okay, so let's do this. Copy, paste, and copy, paste. Okay. Alright, so this one. Let's try the power build. So, with 2 attempts, I was able to get about 30k, but it's extremely button mashy. It also doesn't really feel like I'm playing a new class. So, this one is sword, sword, great sword. Alright, we're gonna need to crack open some of these. So I have 1 legendary sword, I do not have 2. What? Oh, I'm in combat, that's why. Remove the golem. And sword, and... take that one. And I'm guessing these are all burrs. And then that one will be Exordium. Okay, so burrs and Dragon Hunter. Let's see what we got. And Dragon Hunter applied to all armor. And burrs on the accessories with 1 piece of dragons. We'll just do full burrs, it's easier. And Berserker on the equipment. And apply to all. Sigil of Force. Okay, and this one... oh, this one already had a Sigil of Force. Air. Huh, most builds use Impact. Okay. Force and Hydromancy on the other one? Force... Hydromancy. Damage nearby enemies and chill them for 2 seconds when you swap to this weapon in combat. Huh. And burrs for all... I don't remember if I did those already. Okay. And... let me change how these look. They've got curved swords. Candy canes. Do we swap relics? No, I still gotta do that. What do we got? Fortunate sword. Okay, sure. Relic is Thief for this build. Alright, what is the build? It's guy who's on fire, guy who's praising, conduit. Alright, do that, and that. Is Muck a Guam? I have a few achievements in Guild Wars 1, but not a Guam. Okay. Respawn. Let me see what we got. What are we trying? Conduit. Alright, let me skim the abilities so I get an idea for how this works. Oh, what's the legend? Assassin, of course. Okay. Deal increased strike damage to foes with health above 80% health. All damage is increased and increased additionally if you have an offhand weapon equipped. Might grants you more power and less condi damage. Gain might when using legendary stance skill. Deal increased strike damage to enemies based on their vulnerability stacks. Deal increased strike damage to enemies below half health. Gain fury when you invoke a legend. While your health is above the threshold, strike damage is increased. 75% health. All damage dealt is increased while you have fury. Invoking a legend grants boons to nearby allies. For assassin, that's 2 might. Gain energy when you break stun. 15 energy. Critical hit chance is further increased while you are under the effects of fury. Convert a percentage of your outgoing critical hit damage into healing. And conduit. Gain affinity when using a weapon skill that costs energy. Gain attributes based on equipped legends. Assassin gives 120 power. When you swap legends, reduce the recharge of Cosmic Wisdom for each point of affinity you had before swapping. Using Cosmic Wisdom also grants you the bonuses of your other equipped legend. Okay. Alright. What's the button we're pressing? Opener, Twin Moon Sweep. Okay, that's the other thing. Miss Unleash. Okay, that's the other thing. That's the 2. Alright, so... 2, 5. Cosmic Wisdom Assassin as soon as 3 affinity are reached. It's not... It's Cosmic Wisdom Dervish right now. Hold on, I'm gonna test something. Yeah, they... Wait, why did it just swap doing the swirl? It's... Oh my god, this thing was written terribly. So, what they wrote on Snowcrows is use Cosmic Wisdom Assassin, and then they wrote swap to Assassin. So it's either A, swap to Assassin, then use the Cosmic thing, or B, they meant to say use Cosmic Dervish, then swap to Assassin. I'm not sure which one, but it's a mess. Alright, so Twin Moon Sweep, Miss Unleash, Requiem, Cosmic Wisdom, whatever, swap to the Assassin, weapon swap, Chilling Isolation, and where's Impossible Odds? Impossible Odds, Shackling Wave is the 4, Death Strike is 5, Chilling Isolation again, and then Chilling Isolation a 3rd time, and then use Cosmic Wisdom and swap back to Legend. Weapon swap with it, 2, and 5, and Twin Moon Sweep. Fill in with Miss Unleash, Phantom's Onslaught, and auto attack chains until Requiem is nearly off cooldown. Then Moon Sweep again, Assassin, Requiem, swap, and weapon swap. Okay. Alright. Okay, didn't know there were drops. Yeah, the drops campaign that is going on now is nearly over, but then they're starting the exact same drop campaign again to like a minute later. But if you were in the middle of working on it, you'd be kind of interrupted. Alright, so start again. Mike, how was breakfast with the fam? It was dinner with the fam, and it was fantastic, thank you. There's definitely a weird stretch of time there where all I could do was auto. Breakfast or dinner? No, we went to hibachi. Alright, so right now, let me restart this one more time. we're at 25k DPS right now. Just confirming. Yeah, I've got all boons and condies in play, which is overkill for this. That didn't work. Okay, Mushroom King's Blessing is not working. Awesome. Whatever. So, high 20Ks right now. So, I can nearly get 30K with Condi or Power. With a few minutes of attempts on each one. But not getting anything like, you know, absolutely game-breaking here. Not like Amalgam where I just rolled my face on the keyboard and I got like 60K. No food, but yeah. I mean, I don't think the cake is gonna push me over 40K. Okay. Well, I don't really know what to say about this one. Might you try Paragon? Yeah, we did. So we did support Paragon day before yesterday. It might have been my favorites. It was it was really, really fun. Are you crit capped? Yes, I am crit capped. There we go. Cake. I mean, not quite, but it almost feels like a low intensity build. Like, I would say it's pretty easy to get about 30K on it with the power or the Condi build with a few minutes of practice. But certainly, one, I'm not feeling like this is overpowered, and that's good. I mean, it's good when things aren't overpowered. But then, opposite of that, I don't really feel like this does anything special. Does that make sense? And like, I'm trying to think of something constructive to say, because I can't. Like, this just feels like I'm playing the Rev that already existed. It's okay-ish damage. Yeah, it's okay-ish damage. It doesn't really feel like I'm playing a new Elite spec. Like, if I left a review on this spec, I feel like I just don't have much to contribute. I messed up the rotation there just a little bit. Or 25K now. But at the same time, like, lore-wise, it makes sense. Like, this fits fine lore-wise the game. I think it's okay in all regards. I just don't think it's, like, amazing. So, I mean, some people might enjoy this. But I don't have anything stellar to say about it. I don't know. Where do we get feedback on the beta? I got you. Hang on. It's one of my million tabs that I have open. Unless I closed it. Hang on. Guild Wars 2 forums. And let me go to the class things. Alright, so here's the link to the Guild Wars 2 profession forums. And then you just click on whatever profession you're talking about. And so, like, for example, if we were doing rev, we click rev, and the very first thing is conduit feedback. Let's skip to some of the newer stuff and see what people say. Uncertain why my post is hidden. My proposal to make conduit better: change cosmic wisdom to do the following effects. When I ain't reading all that. Oh my god, 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 yo, college thesis paper. That's so much. So I will only go and count it for a few hours yesterday. Crash has made it impossible. Okay. I see for a point with the opinion. Wow. See, I like this. These guys have like, hey, if you want to fix it, try this, and then they got a lot to say. I like that. Self boons lacking, traits bug, needs quickness for heal, support Ventari options. One of only 2 specs not to get quickness or alacrity. That's true. Not every spec needs alacrity or quickness, but they did make it to where you could play Ventari conduit, and if you're going to do that, it needs to have quickness or alacrity, or the community aren't going to let it in. Traits are all over the place. Need more self boons and group boons. Literally just worse Vindicator or Renegade. Really hope they're going to do some feedback. Yeah. This one and the Antiquary both. I kind of hesitate to leave feedback on them because I cannot think of anything to say. Evoker Form is pretty much the same thesis all the way down. Hexeater Vortex, why is this a copy-paste animation of Sword 2? Boring. Why does it by default inflict Torment? Should this not be based off the second legend equipped? Beguiling Haze, cool I guess, but barely works half the time when the elevation is involved. Too slow to cast. It's almost like Thief Shortbow 5, and by the time the skill goes off, I'm halfway to the location I was cast to. Perhaps bump the speed up and increase range. Twin Moon Sweep, increase range. Maybe let us swap places with the Fragment as a secondary cast. If you think it's boring, say that. Hold on. Reply to topic. What is going on? Hold on. Last page. Reply. What? Okay, there we go. The reply button wasn't working. Okay. Non-rev main here, but tried out conduit during the beta, both power and condi versions. TLDR, I didn't feel like I was playing anything new. This felt exactly like when I would try out playing Revenant in the past. But maybe a bit worse, as it had little to no boons or ways of contributing to its party than previous builds I had tried out before. Because, like, in the past, when I would try out Rev, you know, you could bring Dwarf to bring stability for a fight, or Centaur to bring the Reflect Bubble. But on this build, you have, like, one legend, and then the other one buffs the one legend. So if you bring something else, the whole thing literally, like, falls apart. I wish I had something more constructive to add. Like, you could possibly fix this by doing XYZ. I accidentally typed that. Yeah. But I'll leave that to the local Rev professionals. See, trying to do with power. So that was Assassin Raza, and Condi was Demon Raza. Okay. Again, I shy on even posting this because I feel like I just really don't have much to add there, but there we go. Yeah, I mean, I guess I found it kind of boring. Like, it felt exactly like previous Rev builds, but a little worse. But that's what the beta's for. Maybe they'll make some tweaks to it. I do hope they keep the thing of Raza, because Raza was a cool thing in Guild Wars 1. I do like the lore of this Revenant Elite specialization. Like, way more than, like, the Antiquary, which doesn't make any sense at all. Or the Gale Shot, which, okay. But I hope they keep the lore of this. It's just, like, the actual using it is just kind of eh. Hang on a sec. What is all this? 1 hour ago? Oh, it's just like they hit the like button or something. Okay. So that's all that is. All right, well, this, in my opinion, was pretty dull. I really have no interest in taking this out and trying it out in, like a strike or something like that. So, God, I was trying to think, like, so far, I've recorded an I tried video for every single one of these elite specs. But if I record one for this one, I do not know what I would say. It's just so meh. I'm not sure what I would say on this one. Huh. Okay. Alright, I will try. I will give it a try. Alright, hello Guild Wars 2 gamers, Mukluk here, and today we've got an I Tried episode where I try out the Conduit Revenant Elite specialization for the Rev and the Elite Spec beta for Visions of Eternity. This is the first beta, so if you're watching this in the future, this class might be completely different than what you are seeing now. TLDR, I almost didn't make this video because similar to the Antiquary, I really don't know how, like, what to suggest to fix the problems I'm seeing. And I really do not like just complaining. I really don't like just going, oh, this sucks. Like, I want to be like, this sucks. Here's what I would do to fix it. And I don't know what to say here. I'm not a Revenant main, so I will leave that to the Revenant mains. I will just simply open the door for conversation here and just talk about my experience. I found 2 builds that other people made that I tried out. One was, let me swap to it here, was Vipers and Fractal, Spear and Mace and Axe, and it was using Demon Stance and the Entity Stance. And it was just a whole lot of dots. And after about 3 attempts, I was able to break 30k on the Golem with way too many boons and conditions in play. That is, I would say, excuse me, I've got the hiccups right now. That is more, rephrase, that is less damage than many other classes that I would try after a few attempts. Like, if you've got a really good, solid build that I'm copying from something like Snowcrows that are, build geniuses, and I try it out, usually, 30k is on, like, the bare minimum end when I am,
Gyra2E raided my stream with 26 viewers.
Hang on a second. Let me pause that. Thank you for the raid, guys. Appreciate that. So I'm not really sure where the damage should be. This is a beta, but the damage did feel quite low. And that is for both of the builds I tried. Demon Stance with Spear, Mace, Axe, and also the Power build, which was Assassin Stance with Raza, that was using Greatsword, Sword, and Sword. Both of those builds, after a few tries on each one, I was able to get roughly 30k, and I was providing nothing else. I was really providing nothing else to the party or anything like that. Like if I were to take a Dwarf Stance to bring stability or something, this whole build is going to completely fall apart because it's Assassin and the Entity, which buffs the Assassin. Or it's Demon and the Entity, which buffs the Demon. So if you take Dwarf for stability, well, now you're buffing Dwarf and your entire build's completely different. And I'm not really sure what that would do. One thing is there is a version of this where you could play support. You could play Centaur and then Raza, which buffs the Centaur. However, you've then got a support that doesn't provide quickness or alacrity. I hate these boons at this point because that support is not going to get into any serious PvE content groups if it doesn't provide one of those boons. So if ArenaNet wants a support conduit to be a thing, they will need to give it one of those things. For now, it is essentially pure DPS. It is a pure DPS through and through. You can be power or conduit. Both of them, their damage to me as a Revenant outsider, kind of dipping my toe in the pool again, it feels like their damage is on the low end. And if their damage is on the low end, it kind of feels like what's the point? Because they're not bringing anything else. The mechanics are okay. Let me go back to the Condi version here. The Condi one had a couple things that were kind of fun, like when you would do Hex Eater Vortex, which does a whole bunch of bolts that do different conditions, or you would activate the... hold on, I'm waiting on the cooldown of this. Okay, so we swap back to this, and we activate Cosmic Wisdom Mesmer, which I want to point out, I do love the lore of Razat, and I hope they keep it. I hate that they said, because even CMC said in the broadcast, he's like, oh, and we put Mesmer on Demon because they're both purple. Come on, give me something more to chew on than that. All right, so then we do this, and then like anytime we do an attack, it adds more conditions, and that's pretty cool. Like we activate that, we activate the legendary demon skill, embrace the darkness, and we're just doing a lot of condis. I'm just auto attacking right now, you know, and that adds up really fast. And then you pump out other skills and just swap back and forth. But it is, like, the mechanics-wise, there's not too much else going on. We got, you know, the thing here with the scythe. This thing, I think this graphic is probably a mistake. I don't know why it looks like it's, you know, stirring birthday cake batter. I think the scythe is probably supposed to be sticking out and swinging around. This has got to be a visual glitch. I can't imagine that they did that on purpose, but that's what it looks like on this Asura beta character that I made. And the other stuff is okay. It's okay. That's just the whole thing. It's all okay. It's okay. It's meh. It didn't really feel like I was playing a new elite specialization. It just kind of felt like I was playing a rev build from that I'd done in the past, but it was a little worse. So yeah, I shied away from possibly, you know, doing this video, but I opted to do it because I knew if I didn't, people would be like, why didn't you do a video on Conduit? This is my attempt at doing it. It's kind of meh. I don't know what the right answer is here, but right now it just kind of feels like I am playing default rev, and it's not that different. So I would definitely like to see them add something more exciting to it. I don't know what that should be. Maybe some of you can come up with really good ideas. The forum where they are taking feedback on the what is this? There's memes in there. There's a lot of massive walls of text in here where people are adding for feedback, and I love to see it. Hopefully one of them will come up with something interesting that might, you know, spark an idea over there on their end. But for now, I think if you enjoy playing Rev as Renegade or Vindicator or Herald, I don't think you're going to like this more. I would be kind of surprised if you did. That's my current thoughts on it. As always, feel free to blast me. You know, tell me how I'm wrong. Yeah, fight me in the comment section down below, and I'll see you there. That's why I try to think of something else to say about this. All right, there we go, chat. I mean, grasping at words for a few minutes. Okay, there we go. What was that meme that guy posted? I'm actually curious here. Hold on, what was this? Wow. 10,000 hours in Microsoft Paint. Like, he didn't even crop it. I thought, because I saw this, I'm like, if I scroll down, there's going to be more, right? No, there's nothing more down there. He didn't even crop it. Okay. Oh, whatever. Silly fella. All right, many of the new elite specs have this problem that they feel like there's an already existing one. I don't agree with that for all of them. Let me see. Hang on. Condu muck delete. Let's kind of take it from the top here. All right. Sure. Okay. Just doing this here. All right. My thoughts after trying all of them. Okay. I did not try every build for every single one of these, but I tried a build for all of them. Guardian. I tried out the heal luminary, the healing alacrity luminary. It was pretty good. The healing output might have been slightly on the low side, but that might have been just me making mistakes. It does have, you know, access to Guardian tools, which are insane. The Guardian utility stuff is just better than every other class in the game. So, you know, they've got access to stability, they got access to projectile blocks and reflex and just all kinds of crazy good stuff. On top of that, their kit is not bad. They've got a pretty good amount of healing. They have every boon in the game except, I think it was Vigor. I think they can't give Vigor. And they had stability on demand, they had Aegis on demand. Heal Alack Luminary felt pretty good. I think it was probably my 4th favorite of the 9. Warrior. Warrior, I did Heal Alack Paragon. It's tied for number 1 for me. Warrior Staff has always been one of the best support weapons in the game since it came out. But the problem was the Warrior. The Warrior sucked. And Heal Alack Paragon with Staff is possibly God tier. I remember I tried it out in the extreme damage field, and it was fine, and I was in Harrier gear, which is glassy, and I was not even using my emergency buttons. It was insane. So yeah, Heal Alack Paragon, if you want to be like a drill sergeant that saves your party and keeps them alive, yo, the dream has never been brighter than now. Like, it is so much better than Heal Alack, Heal Quick Berserker or Heal Alack Bladesworn was. It is so good. Revenant. We just finished trying out the conduit. It felt like just a slightly worse Revenant. It was very meh. I didn't even know what to say after trying it. I'm not a Revenant main. I'm hoping the Revenant mains give them some really good feedback. I basically just wrote, like, I don't know what to do with this. Like, this just felt kind of dull. And the same for the Thief. I'll just skip down here to this one. The Thief, the Antiquary, I got 2 problems with it. The first one is the lore. The lore for it makes no sense. It's like someone dropped Bugs Bunny into Guild Wars 2. It just, like, Space Jam made more sense than the Antiquary. And now that I'm thinking about Bugs Bunny, I'm thinking about Space Jam. Lore-wise, it is an absolute clustermuck. It is a character that is an antiquary. Antiquaries are supposed to, like, care about artifacts. You know, you belong in a museum and stuff like that. And yet, it is taking artifacts and just breaking them over the head of the enemy constantly because it just doesn't give a scrit. You lose the ability to steal yourself, so now you use scrit to steal from enemy. And when the scrit steals from an enemy, it pulls out this stuff from all over the planet. Like, why was an Exalted Hammer in your enemy's pocket? Why was a Metal Legion guitar in your enemy's pocket? A Mistburn Baron's mortar, a Dwarven mortar, you know, a surfboard from Path of Fire. Like, how was all of this in every single enemy's pocket, and you're pulling it out of their pocket? And then, like, you use skills like reshuffle to change them, which, again, it seems like this used to be a spec that involved cards, and then they changed it, but, like, half of the traits are still card traits, and it doesn't make any sense at all. And ignoring all of that, ignoring reasoning, and just focusing on how it felt to play it, similar to Conduit. It was like, what the hell is this? This is just insanity. So I really was confused by, like, what it was supposed to be. So, like, Revenant, just to be clear, I like the Conduit lore-wise, but Thief, Antiquary lore-wise, is my least favorite of all 9 of these. But then playing it was just an absolute mess. So I did not care for that. So, like, these are my bottom 2. Engineer got the Amalgam. It is pure DPS, unga bunga. Right now it is overpowered as hell. I was able to get the likes of numbers I have never seen on my account before. Things like 60,000 damage per second by just hitting buttons every time they light up. It was absolutely stupid damage. Currently, if you try to play beta characters in PvP, if there's an Amalgam on the enemy team, they will one-shot you every time they see you. However, beautiful, beautiful spell animations. The artist did a really good job. The effects are fun. The customization is fun. I think that when they tone down the absolutely broken damage it currently has, it will be pretty good and a welcome addition. Ranger got Gale Shot. I have made no secret of the fact that I was not a fan of them getting Gale Shot, because if they wanted us to have a good archer build, we literally already have a marksmanship trait line. We already have a longbow. We already have a short bow. They could have just tweaked any of those, but instead we lost our new elite specialization to get a viable archer because they just didn't mess with those things. So I feel like we missed out on getting a new elite spec because they wanted to fix archer and they burned the new elite spec to do it. That said, If I am focused on it mechanically and I am trying to give it a fair judgment and just ignore that, it felt fine to play. I think it is going to fill the role of DPS that when they have to run out at range, they can keep doing damage, similar to a Virtuoso. So I think that as long as its DPS can keep up with other people, it will be alright. Additionally, there is the quickness variant of it, and, you know, you can be a quickness providing DPS if you want to, and, you know, you've got options. And in PvP, you can bring the Gale Bow and also like a longbow and then maybe a greatsword or something. You know, you kind of have like that third weapon. So it is not bad. It felt okay to play. It's not for me personally, but I think some people are going to enjoy it. Mesmer. Mesmer got Troubadour, which I think is my third favorite. It was a very solid support. I was able to run it through the standard strike tests I usually do, including like Bone Skinner, stuff like that. And it was able to put out all the boons 1,000 times easier than Evoker, which I'll talk about in a second. And also had, things like the group distortion and other nice emergency abilities to, top your group off. Add like a healthy amount of barrier, which was a surprise. It's like, the barrier per second meter was actually showing me on there at the end of the run. The main thing I think they need to fix with Troubadour is not how it works, because I don't think that's bad. It's the coat of paint. It does not feel like a bard. It feels like you're playing just a new flavor of Mesmer, which it is. But if you want to make it feel like a bard, they need to mess with the volume levels. You could play this for 3 hours and not realize the instruments made noise. They do play music, but when you press the instrument button, you hear a deafening shatter sound effect, and the music's behind that. So we did some testing where we were playing with the volume sliders a lot, and we had to get things really loud, and then we could hear the whole band in the background, and it was actually pretty cool. I think they need to take the sound effects of like the shatter explosions off of the instruments. They can have them on crescendo if they want, but take them off of the instruments so that the instruments themselves can be heard. Maybe lower the sound effects of the shatters, or remove the sound effects of the shatters, or raise the sound effects of the instruments, or move the sound effects of the shatters to crescendo, or add a separate volume slider in the settings for Troubadour instruments like there is one for player instruments. Additionally, I believe that all the instruments from multiple Troubadours should be synced server side, just like when you can do 2 dances in sync on server side, because if you do like hearing the bard music, and you have the volume turned up and you're grouped with 2 bards, you don't want to just hear this cacophony of noise. So I think that they should mess with that as well. But I left all of that as feedback for them. Now, I did just compare the Troubadour to the Evoker. The Evoker was the first time in like 10 years I've actually looked forward to playing an Elementalist. And boy was I disappointed. Now, there's really 2 types of people trying Evokers. There is the Evoker that is pure fire, and they do lots of fire damage and lots of burning, and they're going to do like 50k. Those are fine. Those are completely fine. Let me talk about the Evoker that wants to be a support. The Water Otter can provide Alacrity, so you would think that there is a Alacrity providing healing support build in there. Healing output, totally fine. Although the build itself has like 11k health, so when I tried it in an extreme damage field, I died before I could even start casting. It was just, the thing is too damn squishy. However, it does have that. The Air Hare can be a power quickness build. The Road Toad, I have no idea who's going to use the Road Toad. It seems like everybody's using the Firefox and a few people are trying the other things. Maybe in PvP or something, I don't know. But to try Heal Alac Water Otter Evoker, let's say you want to start the fight and you want to do boons on your party, okay? For the Troubadour, you start playing your instruments, you do a crescendo, you hit a button on your rifle, you hit a button or 2 on your rifle, and a button on your hotbar, and that's it. You've got pretty much every boon in the game. Okay, Elementalist. If you want to get the boons on your party with Elementalist, you're going to run into the fight, You might start in water to get Soothing Mist on them. You're going to go to fire. You're going to put down a fire field. You're probably going to be using Dagger and Warhorn. So you're going to put down a fire field. You're going to use the Firefox utility to get some Might and some Fury on you. You're going to use Fire Warhorn 4 to spread the Might and Fury to some of your teammates. While the fire field is out, you're going to go to water and do the two blast combos to blast the fire field to get a few more stacks of Might out. You're going to swap to air and use Dagger 2, which will do swiftness and a little bit more Might on your party. Then you're going to swap to Earth, and you're going to use Earth Warhorn 4 to blast that fire field one more time before it fades if you're doing this fast enough. That's going to cast Earth Squall, which is going to extend the duration of all the boons by 3 seconds. Then you're going to go back to water and actually start healing at this point. And also, you need to be hitting the Water Otter button the entire time you're doing this opener in order to just get the Might on the team. That's the start. Okay? You have to visit every single element rapidly, blast comboing fire like crazy just to get the Might up. You gotta be, you know, make sure to propagate the Fury with the Warhorn 4 on the fire side. You gotta extend the boons with Earth 4, and it is stupid. Oh, also, 0 Aegis, and if you want to have stability, you have to bring Staff, which means you don't have the Dagger Warhorn, which means you fail to keep up all those other boons. So, unfortunately, this feels like a tale as old as time. The Elementalist is going to be doing 10 times the work of everybody else for half the effectiveness, if that. So I cannot currently recommend playing the Evoker as anything other than Unga Bunga. It seems really good at Unga Bunga, though. The last one. Love your vids. Thank you, Ragnar. The last one is the Ritualist. The Ritualist is tied, in my mind, for first place for my own enjoyment with the Paragon. The support Ritualist felt amazing. It could do the healing. It could do the boons. It had emergency buttons. It had a lot of very interesting emergency buttons. It had block the next 3 attacks that hit your party. You know, it had like triple Aegis on them. It had Zenray's weapon, which is the next thing that hits your party. If it does more than 5% of their health, but it doesn't kill them, it does a max of 5% of their health. So if you get hit if you go from 100% health down to 5, you snap back up to 95. And you know, that's really cool. Then there was the heal skill. Puts a heal on the whole party that heals for like 9,000 over 6 seconds, I think. And they take 10 to 20% less damage while it's on them. So it has damage reduction. Another great button for stabilizing the party. Waking Nightmare, a buff on the whole party where their next, what was it, like 5 hits, heals them for 1,500. So all the DPS just snap their health back up by like 7,500 the moment you cast that, and it does that damage to the enemy. So for every person you hit with it, it does like 7.5k to the enemy. So there's a lot of really cool stabilize the party buttons on Ritualist. There's some really cool stuff. However, my con for it is, although this feels like a fun build to play, it don't feel like a Rit. The reason is the best way to play it is summon and immediately kill your spirits every time you can. Kind of like an engineer summoning their turrets and detonating them immediately. So, if you liked Ritualist of Guild Wars 1, this ain't that. You summon your spirits and just immediately dismiss them to get boons. And I left in my feedback to them, I would like to see, instead of detonating the spirits, command them. So you command them, they do whatever, you get the boons, then they just auto-attack afterward and they stay on the field for a while. Because right now, you kill them so fast, it doesn't feel like you're doing rituals at all. So that was my biggest feedback for the Ritualist. It does feel like a great class to play, it just don't feel like a Rit. Just like how Troubadour feels like a great class to play, but it don't feel like a Bard. So right now, Ritualist and or Paragon are my number 1 and 2, and Troubadour is my 3. What was the other? Oh, Luminary was my 4, and then a huge drop, and then everybody else. What did you think of Conduit? I tried Power Conduit and Condi Conduit both, and I got bored. Like, that's honestly it. I just got really bored. Troubadour didn't feel better than Chrono at any time. Yeah, that's another thing, is Troubadour doesn't have to be better than Chrono, but it needs to keep up with Chrono and then have different strengths that Chrono lacks. So right now, Chrono has the ability to be quickness or relax support at the touch of a button. It has the ability to... What else did it have? Well of Precognition is really good. Continuum Split is really good. And Troubadour has an ample amount of barrier it gives to its party, so it does have that. Because Crescendo is really solid. It has the group distortion with the Jenna elite skill. That's unique to Troubadour. Chrono Boon DPS is very high. Yeah, right now I'm just comparing pure supports. I did not... The only build for Troubadour I tried was heal Alack Troubadour. I didn't try the others. Did someone say Jenna? Y'all heard about Jenna? Let's see. I wonder if they'll do a second beta. I'm not sure. Do they have the time to? The expansion's supposed to come out in like October. Not sure if they have time to do another beta. I guess we'll find out. I think we need a louder trumpet volume slider. You should try the Power Light Troubadour. I could at some point. I could at some point. They have another 2.5 months. It comes out right on my birthday. Oh boy. End of October, end of September beta is possible. Okay, so yeah, I guess it could happen. Does Scourge still give more barrier than Troubadour? Yes, absolutely. Scourge and Mechanist constantly pulse out barrier, like just constant. Troubadour, like periodically, like every 10 to 20 seconds, is like, here's a fat barrier for the team. And they're not providing constant, you know, drips of barrier in between those. Oh yeah, Spectre as well. Spectre does tons of barrier also, that's correct. Are we gonna do daily strikes? Maybe. I'm just chilling right now. Alright, that is it for the homestead. Alright, let's get that Guildhall stuff. I didn't expect Queen Feet to be brought up today. If they do a second beta, this first beta can fix a bit of the gameplay mechanics, while the second helps to fix numbers and maybe a few things from the feedback of the first beta. Yeah. Spectre, you bonker friendly with your auto for barrier. Yep. Oh, I've got that bug where I can't pick these up. I have to wait a minute. Been having a lot of fun on Alack Hill Spectre, fun spec. Yeah. Battlefield also comes out in October. Good evening, are you on E or NA at the moment? I am on NA right now. Came late to the stream, did you test Antiquary? Yeah, we did Antiquary yesterday. I need BF6. I play... Oh gosh, which one was it? I don't think it was on Steam. No, shoot. What is the launcher that Battlefield uses? I don't remember. I have played one Battlefield game, and I did play a few hundred hours of it. A guy at my work said, when I was in tech support, is on EA launcher? Okay. A guy at my work bought it for me to get me to play with him, and I got hooked. And, chat, I am not the best aim in first-person shooters. On a good day, I'm okay. But I really liked playing Medic or Engineer. And I would often have the highest score in the match just because I would have so much, like, so many hit points healed or so many vehicles repaired. I would just be out there fixing things and slapping band-aids on people and marking enemies. I would end matches with 0 kills top score. I don't know why it just kicked me to mislock while I was just walking there. That was great. Alright, let's try going back. Hi, Chat and Mike. Hi, Tiger. Do you think Troubadour is going to outshine Chrono? I think Troubadour is going to be viable. I don't think it's going to outshine Chrono now. Like, if we get more information, maybe. It also held that Medic and Engineer had fun weapons to shoot. I remember the medic could use the, like, the defibrillator thing to basically, like, one-hit kill someone or, like, revive someone. I don't remember which battlefield I played, but it had the defibrillator. What's the plugin that shows the texture map? Yes, the one that Bluebell just put in chat is it. Let's see, Guild Hall number 3. It's probably 3 or 4. 6 is more modern. Might have been one of those. I don't know if I have the EA launcher installed on this computer, or I would just check. My first kill in Battlefield was Bad Company 2. A helicopter came up a cliff next to me, and I killed the pilot with an LMG, and I got 5 kills. I remember one time I was an engineer. I was, like, repairing, and I got into a helicopter, and the guy that was flying it was, like, a cracked pilot. And he was just zipping all over the place, and he was getting, like, kills by the dozens. And I was just in there holding the repair tool against the wall of the helicopter, and I was getting, like, assist, 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 assist. I never again grouped with a pilot that good, but that guy was memorable. I think that was BF3. Might have been. First time trying Healing Guild Wars 2, tried Paragon. Well, it wasn't flashy. Filling the boon bar made my brain happy. Nice. I remember playing BF6 beta, and I went around on a defib spree, reviving everyone and killing 2 enemies in smoke. You were playing Support Scourge in a different timeline. I honestly thought the Troop was going to be more like a Herald rather than a different Virtuoso. Yeah, I mean, it still does the Shatter minigame, just like other Mesmers do. But it's, you know, it's musically inclined. But I think they need to make the music stuff louder. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Let's see. Oh my god, it's friggin' hiccups. I took some Tums right before the stream to see if it would help. But I'm just sitting here bouncing. Why are you carrying the legendary starter kit with you? I don't know. Look, I got all this space to fill up, and then I'll worry about whatever you're talking about. I want to play Vindicator support, but I need to equip for that. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. Hey, Muck, are guild servers based? Are guild server based? No, they're not. If so, is there an EU one? If many, is there one for returning player figuring out user content? We have one guild that mostly has Europe members that is called Mukluk Labs with Healthcare. Ha. You are welcome to join it if you want to. Just type !guild in the Twitch or YouTube chat and then just follow those instructions. And we can get you in when we next have a moment. Your guild recruits players. Full disclosure, our guild is pretty much a whole bunch of new people asking questions, and we answer them as much as we can. The guilds are already max level. They're not doing a lot of content right now. It's mostly just like answering questions for newbies. Same with the Discord. Please give us emotes of your character idly playing the troubadour's instruments. Thanks. God. Dude, it's been all day too. It has been all day. I don't know if I'm burping or if I have hiccups. I'm not even sure. Someone scared this man, dude. I know. Imagining hiccups are non-existent is just a bad ancient reflex. Actually stops it for me immediately for the past year or so. Imagining they're non-existent. Spoonful of sugar. I was actually, when we went out to eat at Hibachi tonight, the first thing that bring out is like soup and salad. And the soup, I had it, I don't know if it's because it was just hot water, but this problem went away immediately when I had that. But then after the meal and as time passed, they came back. So I guess I need more soup. I love hibachi. I also love hibachi. It's great. Do you get steak and chicken? My go-to thing at a hibachi place is hibachi shrimp with fried rice. And then they also have the veggies on the side. Fun fact, hiccups are evolutionary leftovers when we used to be fish. Oh no, I'm returning to fish! Hibachi or Korean barbecue does sound good right now. Return to monkey, I mean fish. Yeah, I always thought I would go back to monkey or crab. I'm not sure which. I just completed all the explorables for Cauticus for the first time. Yay, congrats. Crab is forward, monkey is back. All your characters are Asura? No, there's one imposter in there. Only the very sharp-eyed can spot him. Did you know the record holder for hiccups had them for 68 years? I hope I don't break that record. Those are crazy pop-up text. What is that? Regions of Tyria. Exclamation ROT in the chat, and there's a link. When is Crabmancer coming to Guild Wars 2? What would a Crabmancer do? Would he summon crabs? Turn into a crab? Both? Better than Conduit, probably. Maybe. Imagine not having the best race char. Just ignore the fact that armor was not designed for them. Have you seen that if a amalgam summons their liquid metal shield in front of them, the char's head is sticking through the shield? He's like, my face is my shield. Alright, that was done. That's just what you have to accept as char, sadly. Yeah. Turning into crab is a normal thing that happens, no magic required. Just give it enough time. How nice of Amalgam to invent cat flaps for char. Can't go to Arg Basin at the moment. Why can't you go to Arg Basin, Ledcrow? My favorite hiccup cure that really works is a spoonful of sugar dissolved on the tongue. It hasn't failed me yet. A literal spoonful of sugar on the tongue. Like you don't swallow it, you just dissolve it on your tongue? Ah. Hold your breath and tell yourself you're not a fish. You should try Coke. I actually opened my first Coke that I have had today at the beginning of this stream. But I had the hiccups before that, and I have the hiccups now. It's not doing anything. Take a deep breath till your chest inflates, and then hold it to the max time it can. Even when the reflex tries to overtake, close eyes to maintain focus. If you can hold at least 20 seconds, it should be enough to stop them. Alright. This stream is now testing hiccup cures. Alright. I'll try that one. Hang on. I think that was more than 20 seconds, maybe 30. Okay. Now we see if I hiccup again. All right, if that doesn't work, then we'll try this sugar thing. Don't die on stream, you get banned for that. Do a backflip. So, the problem with the backflip is I can't. I just break my neck. Clench your butt. I am always folding my chairs in half, Badger. Try and stop me. Watching you play the new Rev Spec may or may not have made me switch from Rev to Guardian. Remember, kids, immediately do whatever people on the internet tell you to do. Hold my breath for 20 seconds was pretty innocent as far as things to try, Kitsu. Like, you know, if they had been like, oh, you know, stick an ice cube in your ear and let it melt, yeah, that'd probably be bad, but, you know. It's about controlling breathing and focusing on something else that literally all the cures do. It's different ways to do that. I'm waiting to see if it's going to happen again. Have you tried Alt F4 for the hiccups? My granny always said if you drink cold water for 15 seconds, the hiccup goes away. The other is burp from below the diaphragm if you can. I've burped a lot today. I don't know how to burp from below the diaphragm. You never saw the kid microwave steam. What? Hang on. That was a burp, not a hiccup. It might be stopped. Lick peanut butter off a cold spoon. That's just delicious. I used to get hiccups when I was stressed. I worked at a call center. What I do for hiccups is suffer. I see you would certainly strive for the hiccups, yeah. Michael, it's an old belief that if you're having a hiccup, then someone is constantly talking about you and cussing you out from behind your back. Dang it, Nike! He's at it again. Supposedly, hiccups are because your body has too much oxygen. Holding your breath is the way to reduce your O2 levels. Too much oxygen? Oh my god. Me just drowning in a pool. It's okay, I'm trying to get rid of my hiccups. I don't know if I dare hope that that did it. So many doctors in here. I know. Next person's gonna be like, alright, you're pregnant. Okay. Thanks, WebMD. I get hiccups whenever I eat too fast. I sent it to your Discord DM. Wait, what? Kid microwaves laptop battery live on Twitch. What? Why? Oh my god. Did they tell him it would charge it? Oh my god. Wow. I do remember a period of time when people were like convincing iPhone owners that they could microwave their battery to charge it in like a minute, and just got convinced a whole bunch of people to just like destroy their phones. I recall that one. My PhD is in crayon, so I know I'm at least qualified to give medical advice. I think that just makes you a Marine. ChatGPT says I'm always right. I wish I could tell you how to do it, but they don't last more than 45 hiccups. I mean, I haven't hiccuped since holding the breath for 30 seconds, so dare I hope. Remember there was a guy who had hiccups for 54 years, and that was on the news, but one day it stopped, because one day it stopped? God. Like, one, imagine having to live with that, and then two, imagine being married to him and having to sleep near him while he's hiccuping all night. Stick a fork in the socket to supercharge it. Oh my gosh. No. What is the lowest conversion rate from gold to gems for 400 gems nowadays? I don't know. I can pull it up for you, though. I never really look at those. Huh. No, there we go. Okay. There you go. 400 gems is currently 152 gold. There was also a guy that had that for coughing because he had a mini toy traffic cone in his lungs that was unnoticed for decades. What? Hold on. I gotta Google that one. Hold on, I'm fact checking you. Guy had toy traffic cone in lung. Man lives with toy in lungs for 40 years. Cancer patient finds out the lump in his chest was a toy traffic cone he inhaled in 1977. Wow, that is a really tiny item, too. Hold on a sec. Look, so I guess that's a syringe, and that's the toy. A toy traffic cone found in the lung of a man 40 years after he inhaled it. Was thought that the unnamed 47-year-old man from Preston might have cancer. He was referred to a respiratory clinic after complaining of coughing up yellow mucus and feeling unwell for over a year. Medics initially went through the patient, who had also suffered X-ray pneumonia and had been a long-term smoker, had a tumor after an X-ray showed a mass in his lung. During a bronchoscopy, which was carried out to help a diagnosis, they realized it was a long-lost Playmobil traffic cone the patient received on his 7th birthday. The miniature plastic cone, 1 centimeter in length, was removed with biopsy forceps. Doctors writing in said following the procedure, the patient reported that he regularly played with and even swallowed pieces of Playmobil during his childhood. Dude, who admits that? Oh man, I used to swallow those all the time. He recalled being given Playmobil set for 7th birthday and believes he aspirated the toy traffic cone soon after. While it is a common occurrence for children to accidentally inhale small objects, a case in which the onset of symptoms occurs so long after initial aspiration is unheard of. Doctors said to their knowledge it was the first reported case of a tracheobronchial foreign body that was overlooked for 40 years. This may be because of the aspiration occurred at such a young age that the patient's airway was able to remodel and adapt to the presence of the foreign body. They added that during childhood, the object may have been absorbed into the lining of the lung, which developed around it. 4 months after the removal of the traffic cone, the patient's cough has nearly cleared and other symptoms have remarkably improved. The medic said on a positive note, his symptoms improved markedly and he finally found his long-lost Playmobil traffic cone in the very last place he would look. Alright, I had doubts, but it looks like that was actually a thing. Fantastic to see you live. What's up, Dr. Indecisive? I need to unpause the alerts. We paused them earlier. Saw a guy the other day who didn't realize
Fantastic
he had a knife
to see you live.
He had a knife in his chest for 8 years. Well, I assume it was like broken off or something. Fantastic to see me live. Yes. I tried conduit. See, many minutes already, not one hiccup. It's true. I'm still burping some, but I'm not hiccuping at the moment. I'm glad we were able to solve it so quickly. Because I was kind of afraid of some of y'all's suggestions after that. Is Bloodshot still good to use? I still use it daily. Got the mount thing. Got event table. Regions of Tyria people ask about every day. What was the final lead spec? Conduit. I found it pretty dull. I'm thinking of buying Guild Wars 1 on Steam. There's a bunch of versions. If I get the Guild Wars Trilogy, does that have everything in it? Guild Wars 1 has the Eye of the North expansion and factions and Nightfall. So there's 3 expansions, I guess, for it. So if it doesn't include all 3 of those, then no. Let's see if anyone's doing this right now. I heard some people say that they couldn't get into this. I want to see if that's actually a thing. Okay, 117 is full. Filter 117 out of the search results. Damn it. Thing. Heart of Thorns, Auric. Okay, minus 117. E65. Minus 65. Wow, there's a lot of these. 130. Okay. Tarir has been saved from the Mordrum. Nice job, everybody! We did it! Muck, am I allowed to use your referral link? Are you allowed? Dude, it helps me. Yes, you are allowed. Yes, I will allow it. I will put it in the chat right now. And I will allow it so hard. How do you get the fonts? Regions of Tyria. If you do exclamation ROT in the chat, it will pull up a guide for it. It's yours if you want it. Hello, Muck. Hi, Gonvolan. I've been playing your LI Reaper build lately for story stuff with the latest expansions. It's still a good spec. Or is there something better with the newer specs? Well, the newer specs aren't out yet. There's just a beta test going on, so we can just play them for a few days and then they're gone again. So I wouldn't worry about that too much. Oh. However, the Reaper is still solid, yes. Is there better stuff? I don't know about better, but there's certainly other options if you want them. Muck, can I give you money? Yes, I will allow it. Muck, quick question. What's the fastest way to get 1,000 points on the Wizard's Vault? I want the legendary weapon thingy, and I didn't saw and I wasn't playing. I mean, probably go to the specials tab and look at some of these things that give like 300 points at once or something, and see if there's any of those there that you're willing to do. That would be a whole lot at once. What do I do with Eternal Ice Shards? Exclamation ice for a guide on that. I got you. I'm hoping Ritualist will replace Reaper for my open world Minimancer. I loved the support writ. I didn't really like the run around solo on my own writ, but we'll see if they make any improvements on it. But you might like something that I didn't like, and that's entirely okay. Muck, what was the name of your first pet and the name of the street you grew up on? You want my mother's maiden name and my elementary school name too? Just maybe the 3 funky digits on the back of my credit card? Last 4 of my social? Just knock them all out. Just an address will do. Best I can do is my P.O. box. Exclamation mail for that. Speaking of mail, chat, I'm excited. The prototype of the second plushie should be getting here around tomorrow. This little dude is on his way to my house. The channel mascot, the Mukluk minion. Be here soon. I'm very excited about that. Then I need to come up with some kind of witty commercial idea with Noxxi's help for the new thing. And then we can open the, we can launch the website that's selling them. Will you unbox them on stage? Ah, noises! Hi, Manson. When will legally distinct Blue Dragon Maureen show up? I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Maybe when I go to Seattle and I'm shaking hands with Arena Net, I can, like, do a really firm grip and refuse to let go and be like, so, when's that contract coming? Just make them really uncomfortable. And then they have security escort me out and it backfires completely. Mark, what kind of Leggy armor did you get for each armor class? It's a combination. I got some pieces from Raid and a lot of pieces from PvP. And 1 piece of Obsidian armor. I think I don't have any from World v World. I think the only World v World Leggy thing I have is the Conflux ring. This handshake can be normal or as awkward as you would like it to be. Due to the scale of the contract, they are dragging it out. Wow, that was really good, but I hate it, Spores. Thanks. Don't you have Warbringer? I don't have Warbringer, no. The 2 legendary backpacks I have are Ad Infinitum from Fractals and the Orax one, the new one. I did a guide on Warbringer, but I very cleverly stood next to an NPC that had Warbringer and used him as my model. If you look at that video again, I don't have it. I've also done a guide on, what's the one from PvP? The big stained glass wings. I did a guide on that one, and I don't have that one either. I just found someone else to model it for me. I will say, although it clips really bad with my favorite hats, so I would never use it, in terms of pure, like, just that one item's graphic, I think Warbringer is the coolest looking legendary backpack, if you can make it work. Ascension? Yeah, that one. When the betas turned back on, trying to go into Auric after doing the chalk event, it kept saying there were errors trying to load the map. Hmm. Meow. I'm here to save you all. Good news, they're bringing die channels to older backpacks. Are they? The Amalgam one was just smashing buttons. Does it still work? Yeah, on Amalgam, you could just smash buttons and get silly damage. Very high damage. Amalgam is a pretty cool flexible kit, but the numbers on it are absurd right now. So expect them to tone those numbers down before it goes live. Like, I don't know if they're doing any other changes, but that, you can probably count on that. You know, one thing I spent today, because tomorrow, I want to take a break from Guild Wars 2 tomorrow, because I've been streaming it, like, for a week straight, and on one day I did a 12-hour stream, and another day I did, like, a 14-hour stream. However, last non-Guild Wars 2 morning stream, we beat Rogue Trader, so that game is done, so I need to start a new one tomorrow morning. So I was looking through the collection of games I've received, I was looking through stuff that was on the game recommendation list webpage that y'all have sent me, stuff like that. Trying to get some good ideas. There was one I was thinking about. Let me tab out here. Called Days Gone. Don't know if any of you have an opinion on this. Someone gifted me this one. And it's on the recommendation. And I thought it looked okay. I'm willing to try it. So I was thinking of trying that tomorrow. There was also the Empire and Total War Warhammer 3. We never got around to trying that out. So that is an option. I did consider the Age of Wonders stuff, but I think I'm just not feeling that right now, so I'm just going to save that for another day. Days Gone is super good. It's good. Stalker 2. I've never played any of the Stalker games before. Days Gone is a really good zombie game. Okay. I like that I'm seeing positive things about it in the chat. Hey Muck, have you tested Conduit already? I did. I really didn't enjoy it that much. I'm not really sure what to... Like, if I wanted to tell them, like, how to fix it, I'm not really sure what to say. All I can say is I really just didn't enjoy it that much. Hold on a sec. Where is the Wisp Infusion right now? Heat Core... Where is it? Core Infusion. I keep seeing the thing flying around me. I know I have it equipped somewhere. There it is. Wait, it's on Aurora, and Aurora is currently marked as invisible. Does it still show up? Even if... I'm wondering if infusions still show up if they're on an item. There, okay, so there's the Wisp right there. Does it just show up when I mount? Okay. Let's do that then. Thoughts on Luminary? Luminary was pretty high up on the list for me. Support Alack Luminary, I think, was 4th in my list of enjoyment. Enjoyment. It was pretty good. I think it could be better. It was because like part of the reason it felt like it was really powerful is because Base Guardian is really freaking good, right? Like Base Guardian versus Base Elementalist, forget about it. Base Guardian is just so good that it has access to stability and Aegis and all this other stuff. The Luminary part of it did a little bit, but, you know, it was, like, mostly, like, Base Guardian is just insane, and then Luminary added a little extra on top of that. Updated tier list video win. I have a DM. Who's messaging me right now? Oh. Oh, cool. They signed on the dotted line. Chat, we've got a sponsor tomorrow night. All right, cool. Hey, well, you know what? That means giveaway. That means I will have $100 in gift cards for you guys. So, sweet. Something to look forward to. Is it Raid Shadow Legends? No, it's not. It's a game called Particle Hearts. It's one of many games that I told the developers that if they were doing any content, I would love to try their game out if they needed any sponsored work done. And this one called me back. We've got a couple minutes until this thing shows up. Hang on. I can show you the trailer. It looked pretty wild. Or the dragon could just land right now. But it's called Particle Hearts, if you want to see it. I thought it looked interesting. The DPSs you tried, do you have a good competition for a new main in solo open world? No. No, I don't. Because there are some, like, Antiquary and... Like, Antiquary is just like, what? Conduit is like, what? Gale Shot is like, we already had an archer? What? And then some of them are like, oh, I really love this as support. Paragon, Ritualist, Troubadour, Luminary. But I'm not really interested in playing it as, you know, solo Unga Bunga. So, I'm not sure if anything will replace my current open world and story solo favorites. Things like Mechanist and Untamed. How do you auto-teleport with the Blish HUD events thing? I have it, I just can't find the setting. Left-click action, navigate to waypoint. It's right here. So event table, settings, this category, behaviors. Thank you. Sure. I'm like, hi, Mando. Oh, Manolito. Wait, are they just zerging down the guy? Oh, they're doing this EU style. Okay. Usually on NA they kill all the ads, but they're doing this EU style today. All right. I'll help them hit the boss then. GG. Get another hit of that free food. Num num. EU has confidence in Unga Bunga. It's honestly, it's just one of the few interesting differences between the two regions. Like in most metas, I can't even tell if I'm on EU or NA. But this one, EU usually zergs the boss down, and A usually kills all the ads and gets more loot, then kills the boss. So one is faster, one is more profitable. Hi, Manga Chat. Hi, Tiny Purple Bear. How do you think Luminary compares to Firebrand? Firebrand is God tier. Like, think about it. As F1, F2, and F3 are each additional weapons. At all times, with any build, it has 3 additional entire weapon sets. That is insane. One of them is one pumps stability, one is resistance. They've got projectile block, projectile reflect. They've got pull. They've got damage. They got healing. It's so freaking good. Like, it should never have been made like that, like to that extent. So, even with 0 traits spent and 0 utility buttons on the bar, the Firebrand tomes have more utility than many classes. I don't know that Luminary is beating Firebrand. Its only saving grace is they're not competing for the exact same spot in a group. Firebrand is quickness plus healing, Luminary is alacrity plus healing. So the Luminary would be for a slightly different role. You could say Firebrand's an outlier? Yeah. Firebrand and Scourge have both been insane since Path of Fire came out. Scourge has gotten a few nerfs since then, Firebrand not really. Is Untamed the build you recommend for open world on Ranger? It's my personal favorite. I'm going to link you a video I made on this build. It has a massive amount of helpful tools that I really, really love. If you're interested in it, there's a link to it right there. I will say it is not your only option. In open world, you could play DPS Condi Druid. You could also play any variation of Soul Beast you wished, and you'd be alright. But this is my personal fave for open world. Dracker? What's up? Firebrand is harder to play 2 years ago. It was dumb in every aspect. Firebrand does have a lot of button clicking. I admit that. It is because it has so many buttons, it has very high APM. That is true. Condi Druid feels awkward to me. That's fine. There are other options for you to choose from. If that one's not for you, that's totally okay. I think all of us here have some builds that we just do not want to play. There's a chest down there. I think they already killed Drakkar. Can you loot the boxes by Drakkar if you weren't there when he died? I don't know. You know, normally I wouldn't travel this far just for the box. It's not worth it, but I'm curious. I'm going to do some science. I guess this area is no longer a you can't mount here area after Drakkar's gone. Ah, you can't open them. Okay. Not the big crystal. Yeah, the big box when the boss dies is gone. Neat. Stop making so many amazing builds, Mike. My poor, my poor build slots. It's funny that you say that, because really what it is just, I've made a few build videos over the years. Like, not even that many. Like, the amount of build videos I made in a year is like the number that Valen makes in a month. It's just that most of the ones I made are kind of, like, evergreen. So most of them are still viable, like, a year or so later. So they still get hits, like now. If there are a few exceptions, like I have one video about Scourge and it's called like, I didn't give you permission to die. And it's all about like constantly reviving teammates and throwing them at the boss. And it doesn't work that way anymore. They changed how Scourge functions, specifically blood magic. It can still do some revives, but not like what it used to. Does not do what it used to. Baba Nisos is happening. Best build is Pistol Pistol Thief with quote. Honestly, that's a fun one for story and open world. Just bang, 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 bang. And then maybe I would do Quickness Deadeye with double pistol, because then you have quickness when you're on your own. We all miss transfusion? Yeah. Yeah, if you just want to run around and pew pew, I definitely have that on my list of recommendations. I frankly only vibed with Amalgam and Rit, but like those two quite a lot, so I'm kind of okay with it. It's clear why they wanted to ditch the Elite Spec model for expansions, though. Yeah, if they make Rit just a little, like, if they make Rit a little more interesting for when you're on your own, and if they make Rit something that, like, support Rit, like, not constantly killing your own spirits, I would probably just love it. Right now, I think it's a pretty fun support to play, but I wouldn't make it like my main. Muck, why Ranger Hammer the only one have green version skill in all 5 skills? Okay, so the Hammer came out with Untamed. Untamed is the class that when you unleash, the skills flip over. So they made the entire Hammer flip over, but then the other weapons, they just made just the ambush, the 1-button flip over, because they were like, oh shoot, this is too much. However, something that a lot of Rangers do not know that I will shine a spotlight on right now. Alright, watch this. I'm now a Soul Beast. Okay, I'm not an Untamed. You can right-click on any of the Hammer skills and choose if you want the normal version or the Unleashed version on your bar. You can customize this. If you are using a Hammer and you're not Untamed, you can customize the Hammer. If you are Untamed, like I am now, it's simply all normal, and then if you unleash, it's all green. And then you go back and forth. But if you're Druid, or Soul Beast, or Core using the Hammer, you can customize the skills to whichever ones you want. For example, the 5 and the 3 are CC only when they're not green. Would your Untamed build be good with Spear? It would be fine. So, when I play Untamed in open world, the maces provide a mountain of boons, support, and survivability. The Hammer is big damage. You could use the Spear in place of the Hammer, and it would play pretty much the same if you just really liked Spear. I just really like the Hammer. If you replaced the 2 maces with the Spear, so you had Spear plus Hammer, the damage of the build would go up, the survivability would go down. You could do that if you want to. It's up to you if you want to do that. Let's see if anyone's doing this right now. Might be too late. It's like half over, and I don't see anyone here doing it. Could do the Blighting Towers. Survivability is above average without maces. True. Every time you do an ambush on Untamed, you do a lifesteal. So as long as you're not taking damage too much, that is an occasional heal you'll receive. What if they implement that kind of feature in the next expansion pack for all classes so you have a new way to play with weapons? Yeah, it could be cool. I don't know that they will, but it could be cool. Muck, can I join your party so I could TP to friend a new character? Oh, shoot. Empress, I don't know when you sent me that message. I'm sorry. I'm probably not where I was when you sent it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have cared. A ranger with a rifle would be cool. No. Oh my gosh, I've been saying for so long we don't need more. We don't need more projectile weapons. We have so many. Of course, then they gave us Gale Bow, so we got another one. Let's see. Yay, now we die. There's also a GM trait in one of those lines that gives lifesteal and disables that feels really good in open world on Untamed. Thanks. Rangers should be able to dual-wield war horns and dude enemies to death. Just constantly summon bursts. Muck, what about Ellie rifle and bow? Knowing Ellie's luck, you would get the rifle, but it would be out of ammo and have a bayonet, and it would be a melee weapon. Full melee rifle. What's the best way to get an alt from 30 to 80? Zone explore? You can do it that way, yeah. You could just explore, you could just open up the map. If you've already got a max level character, you might have some tomes of knowledge in your bank you could hand off to the alts to speed it up if you want to. Was excited for the new specs watching the playbacks. It was presented that they were pushing the limits with them. I didn't find it to be so. Like, I like the writ. I just wish it didn't shatter its spirits. I really like the Paragon. Do I think it's like pushing the limits of creativity? No. But the final package is a really freaking good support. The best support Warriors ever had. So I really like Paragon. Luminary's solid, but it's not very interesting. They could definitely do more with Luminary. Troubadour is solid, but it doesn't feel like a bard. They need to lean into the music theme more with the coat of paint on it. And make it more musical if that's what they want to have. Muck, what's the best thing to do with blackline statuettes? Are home insurance instance nodes a bad idea? No, they're not a bad idea as long as you're going to visit your home instance every day and farm it. Otherwise, if you're not doing it every day, it's never going to pay itself off. So, I mean, honestly, new things are added to the blackline statuette vendor all the time. If there's nothing there you want right now, just save them. Just hang on to them and wait. I don't remember which squad I joined. Is it the green one? I think it was the green one. Talking about plushies, just remember, did you receive any South African space program mail with any attached video by chance? Oh, because of Rose? No. I did... Hang on. Let me find it. One person, Steph on the Discord, said he just made it to Gangster's Paradise in South Africa and sent me this. She needs to fix his hat. But, yeah, apparently one of the little guys just made it to South Africa. So Rose should have his soon, I would imagine, if not already. It's a sombrero now? He went to Brazil. Speaking of Black Lion stuff, I don't like using keys during festivals because it alters the type of loot it gives. Is that dumb? I think, okay, so anytime you want to do it, all I do is right-click the chest, hit preview, and I'm like, all right, what's here? The end of the uncommon section is where they put new stuff. It's like right now we got the creepy Goku healing tank, and we got the anchor weapon. If I want any of these, I use keys. If I don't want the stuff there, I don't use keys. That's it. That's all the thought I put into it. Chests have a preview?
Yup.
I did not know this. They do. Yeah, anytime there's a patch, I preview the chest to see if they change the contents. If there's something new I want, keys. If not, don't worry about it. Does yours too have a sale for when a lot of past items are brought back for the in-game store? Sometimes. It does sometimes. Oh, way station, right on.
Hey Muck,
Hey!
keep up the good work.
Yes! I will keep good working so hard. Thank you. Man, I am really looking forward to this weekend, chat. I get to see some of you. It's gonna be creepy. People that don't know what I'm talking about are like, what? You coming to my house? What's going on? Good night, Mark. Good night, other guy. Is the current gem store sale for the anniversary sale? Seems kind of underwhelming. There is an anniversary sale of the game, like the prices of the game. For the gem store, I don't know if they were... I don't know that there was much of a sale in the gem store, like within the game. I got the regen pod share and the second key I had from one weekly free key and one key from a giveaway. Did you want that? If you wanted that, then congrats. Do you think yours too will do a chest with old gear skins like the weapons chest? That could be cool. I don't know. They certainly could. But if they do choose to do that, I don't know when or if that would happen. It's just, you mean like that chest that when you open it, it has like a million old weapon skins, including like the shadow shield that's worth a ton of money. Or the scythe. Yeah, I like the idea, but I don't know when or if they might do that. My friend started this game as on his first keep, got the permanent portable bank item. Did you tell him it's worth 3 gold and offer him 5 gold for it? That's what a real friend would do. No, but now he uses it to troll me. Oh, let me check my bank. So he didn't sell it and get rich, he kept it. Power move. Mike, thoughts on Antiquary? Not a fan, my friend. I'm not a fan. No, he's invulnerable. He is a loot goblin. He can now manage his inventory easier. Yeah, I've got the bank contract too, but I had to pay a ton for it, and I got that like very late in my time in this game. Gotta love the damage from the mobs in hot. Oh, like almost killing you instantly? Yeah. 21k health ain't enough. We're gonna need 3 Weavers of health. We're gonna go even further beyond. You did get a discount? True. At the time it was worth, what was it? It was worth like 5k and I paid 4k or something like that. The guy did give me a deal. I don't remember the exact numbers though. Is the gem exchange slash TP cost fluctuate daily or weekly? I think like instantly. Like I think if a lot of people are buying one, it'll shift the price of the other. I'm just gonna resume a Spirit of Nature because he's in puddles. I don't want to stand in those. What new specs do you think need to be tweaked the most? I would tweak the damage of Amalgam, because it's doing like 60k brainlessly. By tweak, if you mean completely overhaul Antiquary and change it, I would love that too. Oh man, it's a real stock market. I thought it was a meme. Oh, no. Like, if people, you know, do gems to gold or gold to gems, it changes accordingly. Power Evo is winning. Oh, that's another one. Support Evo has no freaking boons. You have to jump through 80 hoops, just like in all 4 elements, just to try to get might stacks up, which Troubadour can do in the opening 2 seconds of the fight. Like, Support Evoker is at no Aegis. If you bring stability, you lose out on the other boons. If you bring the other boons, you can't give stab. It feels awful right now. I think the only form of Evoker that's, like, really awesome right now is, like, just full fire. You know what we do? We have too many elite specs that do the same crap as before. Having one that's literally random BS Go is the fun thing I've been looking for in this game. All for it. I think they could have it do the current thing that it does now, but give it a different coat of paint so it freaking makes sense in the world. And it would have been okay. Like if it was tarot cards or something, instead of digging up artifacts out of your enemy's back pocket and stealing them with remote control rats. But, whatever. Not a fan of Evoker forcing me to use weapon skills I need for saving situations just to build the mechanic. There is that. One of the nice things about Luminary and Paragon and Ritualist supports is they got to save their skills. They didn't have to burn them. Mushrooms will join the assault due to your efforts. You're welcome. Anyone know where I could get an amalgam build? You could get some rough ones on Snowcrows. Snowcrows.com. Go to engineer section. I was expecting Conduit to have quick or lax shoved into it somewhere. Yeah, yeah. If they want Centaur slash Conduit, to be a healing build, it will need quicker Alack somewhere just because of how groups are in the game. Until they get rid of quickness and Alack, or like I should say, unless that day comes, they have to include that in builds that they want to be viable healers. Easy. For solo open world build, do you prefer quickness or alacrity? Quickness. Quickness is extremely noticeable when it's not there. Alacrity is not that noticeable when it's not there. It's more of like, it makes a difference over a long fight. It reduces your cooldowns. But alacrity makes everything, sorry, quickness makes everything you do occur like 50% faster. It's extremely noticeable. Anyone having crashes all the time? Have not had any crashes today. Sorry, didn't realize we don't curse on a stream. I'm new and love the content. It's okay, Alex. But yeah, we keep it close to PG here. Dragon stand? Yeah. I was feeling the vibe. I am, I've played all the beta classes. I have seen what I want to see. And at this point, playing more of them just means not getting loot for my account. So I want to go back to playing my main characters now. So now I'm punching trees. What elite spec was the most fun for you? Either Ritualist support or Paragon support. Did you have a chance to go back to Gale and throw birds? I tried it last night. Oh, man, it was really depressing. So I made a Gale shot build that was all about birds. That we buffing the birds as much as possible. We had a Warhorn to summon birds. We were in a bird suit. We went into PvP. And... do you see this game right here? I was on the red team. We were trying. And the enemy team had 2 amalgams that were just one-shotting anyone they looked at. There was no fun allowed. So they killed us all, took all the points, and just spawn camped us the rest of the match. There was no fun allowed. So I played 2 more matches, and it was similar behavior, and then I was like, alright, I think I'm done with PvP for now. It was not good. So yeah, we tried the bird thing just to have fun, but there was no fun allowed right now. Everyone was just one-shotting each other. And the birds were certainly not one-shotting people. Mike, did you figure out the answer to the question, why would I Troubadour when I can heal Chrono? I really hope the answer isn't they're going to heal Chrono. So what does Troubadour do that heal Chrono doesn't? More frequent barrier applications on the party. So that's good. You know, it's not going to be like Scourge, Spectre, and Mechanist are like the kings and queens of barrier. But still, there was, I think I did like 3,000 barrier per second when I was doing Troubadour and Bone Skinner. You also have the 2-second distortion on demand, so, you know, invuln the team with that. However, by taking that, you're not taking, you know, that Giga CC button, that is MOA Signet, but still, you've got other buttons for CC if you need them. So yeah, you got group distortion. trade off. Chrono can quick or lack, depending on what you need. It can... what else? Continuum split is very powerful. Well of Precognition is an insanely powerful utility. Those are the first things that come to mind. You did nearly kill one guy in the match with birds? Yeah, I got one guy downstate and I got run over by the others. They did say they're making changes to make Chrono go back to its roots, and we don't know what that means yet. True. I've been asking audiences about that, because I don't know either. Because, like, when I think of Chrono's roots, and just because of when I started playing the game, when I think of what are Chrono's roots, I think of Chrono Jail. And that can't be what they mean, right? So I don't know. I don't know what they mean by go back to the roots. Distributor have more access to stability. They just nerf stab access on Heal Chrono. Shoot. Chat, I might need your help for this. There's a mantra that gives stability. Most of the on-demand stability we were using on Troubadour was from the mantra, which any Mesmer has access to. I forget the name of it. But that was where we were getting our stability on demand, was that mantra. And that mantra can hold multiple charges, so it wasn't bad. I think it's Mantra of Liberation. Sure, that. Bang Heineoff. Is the Chrono preview video still on YouTube? The Chrono preview video? Oh, from back when it like came out in Heart of Thorns? Probably. Is this a raid? No, this is an open world fight. Hey. Are you going to bed? Mm-hmm. Alright. There we go. Alright, chat, give me just a second. I'm gonna tell the boy goodnight. I will be back. Alright, I am back. And chat says Mantra of Concentration is the one that I was talking about. Apparently Liberation is a Firebrand thing, and we were talking about Mesmer. Is there anything I should know? I'm playing for the first time today. Hello, Strick. Welcome to the community. If you're interested, I've got a new player guide right there. You could have that open or just bookmark it if you have need of it. I would honestly say just dive in and start, you know, messing around, have fun. Feel free to make mistakes. But if you get stuck on anything, maybe check that new player's guide or feel free to ask us here. I'll also plug my Discord. If any of you are new to the game or the community, we have a channel on our Discord called Questions. Put whatever you want in there. And anyone who is like the next person available in the Discord will answer it. So even if you're like super shy and you're afraid to speak up in a channel, just drop any question you want in the questions channel. It's fine. Is the free version enough for a bit? Yes, the free version of Guild Wars 2 has the entire base game, hundreds, if not thousands of hours of entertainment, and it does go to maximum level on free mode. So yeah, there's a lot of, you know, other classes and lands and stuff in the other game modes, but you can wait to see if you like the game before you spend anything. And if you need it, this is a link to download the game if you haven't done it yet. Mark, I'm trying to help a new player that's level 13 in Kessex Hills, but he keeps getting booted out from using the transport portals and waypoints to starter zones. They're completely free to play. Any idea as to why this is happening? He's able to come into Kessex, but he's unable to leave. What? He's unable to leave? Like he can't go back to Gendaran Fields or whatever? I don't immediately know what's going on, though. Queensdale. Yeah, Queensdale. He's trapped forever. Someone asked if he's level 10 plus. Well, they said he's level 13. He's trapped until he pays. You get locked into starting zones on your first free-to-play character. What? Archer, are you just trolling? I haven't heard this. Is Steam version different than the one you linked? No. If you want to play on Steam, that's fine. Excuse me. The one I linked is just a standalone client. The game has a standalone client, which has existed for over 10 years. It's been on Steam for just a couple years, and it's been on Epic for less than that. So you can play on any of those. They all connect to the same servers. The only time it matters is sometimes for certain package deals. Like right now, the next expansion, you can pre-order it on Ultimate Edition on the standalone client, but you can't do that on Steam. And occasionally, we content creators are given giveaway stuff like gem codes that only work on standalone client. And so I can't give them to Steam people. So if you like hanging out with like streams and stuff like that, you might prefer to use the standalone client. But if you're just playing the game, it does not matter. It does not matter. Thanks for the answer about Troubadour. I found it fun, but I still prefer the look and feel of Chrono. That's fine. Chrono is a very fun class. Like, honestly, Chrono is an awesome, awesome support. When I play it, I love it. The only thing that I miss when I'm playing it is it doesn't have good save that person who is downstate buttons. And that is something I miss when I am, playing my other characters. Alright, we made it to the door. Now we wait on the other lanes. For the New Bloods, this meta is a group of people are pushing down all three of these. They have to take down these towers at the same time, and they will regenerate. So all three have to be down at the same time, and then you get access to a giant dragon. I thought your Untamed build ran Tiger for Fury. What does the Eagle bring? The Eagle is just mainly big DPS right now. It's one of the highest DPS options at the moment. You do still get a lot of Fury from this. Every time you swap weapons, you get Fury. So you get almost 100. I mean, there's also Fang and Claw here. So I guess if you're running this and Fang and Claw, that's 100% Fury uptime right there for yourself. Mesmer tends to be the class that tries to prevent people going downstate than to rescue them downstate. Well, yeah, all of the supports try to prevent people going downstate, but if they do, excuse me, if they do go downstate, you know, Mesmer and Guardian don't often... Oh, God dang it, they're back. Don't often run skills to, like, get them back up. Archer says for free accounts, before you reach level 10 on one character, you're locked into starting zones. You can still swap the starting zones. After that, all your characters can move maps. But they said the character's level 13. Just like you're locked out of LA until you get a character to 30 or 40. Okay. Is that Eagle? No, it's Hawk. Northern Blighting Tower. When crafting legendaries, do you ever craft the amalgamated draconic lodestones, or do you just buy it? I'm trying to farm the recipe for it. It's a huge pain. If I have the mats, I'll just make them. But if I don't have the mats, I'm fine, because like right now, I'm just doing something I think is fun, and I'm making gold from this, right? I could then use that gold to buy the draconic lodestones. So, like, if I don't like doing something in the game, I'll do something else, get money, and then use that money to buy the thing I didn't want to get. So if you're not enjoying making the lodestones, just farm money doing something you like, and then buy them. Wish you had an alternative for Gift of Battle. Yeah, a lot of people say that. And the people that love World v. World wish there was an alternative for Gift of Exploration. Oh man, we barely got to that one in time. Let's be fair, people that love War of the World wish they never ruined it. Never ruined it? I think the next one's gonna spawn right here. Yep. Wait, we haven't even hit her yet. What is going on? Ah, darn it. I'm gonna have to do that whole breath thing again, try to get rid of these hiccups. Oh, I missed one. The worst change was the boon ball meta. Yeah, I don't know exactly when that kicked in. I know when I played the game at launch, that wasn't a thing. When I came back to the game after Path of Fire, that was a thing. So I'm guessing near Heart of Thorns or Path of Fire is when that kicked in. Dragon Stamp? Yeah. I just wanted to. Waiting on the other blighting towers right now. Alright, that preserver's dead again. If I put my own equipment on a beta character, is there a danger to it when the character gets deleted? On your beta character, everything they have is just a copy of yours. If something happens to that copy, nothing is going to happen to the original. Couldn't get on either of my mounts there. Oh, got a rally. I'm immobilized in this. I can't move. That's fine. Give me a sec. I'm just trying to do one of these dumb hiccup cures. I'll be right back.
Hey kids, want to see a dead body?
Okay, back. Hopefully good for a little while. Okay. They're still not done. Alright. Yeah, so beta characters. When you make a beta character, it takes a snapshot of your bank, and it will have everything that was in your bank. But even if you, like, destroyed all that stuff for some insane reason, it would not affect your real, actual bank. It's just like a copy of it. On the flip side, no matter what you loot or how much money you pick up on the beta character, that will also not affect your real account. So, you know, if you're playing the beta character, you're just doing it for fun or to test it. Anything profitable you pick up, you do not actually get to keep. Why am I the only one on this thing? Oh, because there was another one of those, that's why. Next one to spawn will be here. There she is. Oh my god! That guy did one flurry of attacks on me and killed me. Okay, killed him with the goat. Next one's gonna be around here. There it is. Have you tested all the classes? Yes, the last one that I hadn't done yet was conduit. And conduit we did earlier. So I have done all of them, and we've released videos on 3 of them. The others will take time for my editor to get through them. But yeah. We have tested all of them, or at least one build on each of them. Like, for example, on Troubadour, I tested support healing. I did not test pure damage, things like that. Waiting on that 3rd commander. Mike, how do you deal with your 2's awful hardware usage? I'm struggling with blah 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 while at 40% usage. I don't know. I mean, if you do exclamation PC, you can see my system, and it runs it okay. If you could rank 1 through 9 out of excitement, where would they land? I assume Antiquarian's 9. That's the thing. I don't know if I'm, like, super hyped for any of them. But as someone who enjoys summons and someone who enjoys supports, Ritualist is really high up there. However, the way that Ritualist plays right now is it just summons and immediately detonates and kills its own summons. So I wish that they would change. Like, I don't want a Mesmer Shatter mechanic on Necro. Get that out of there. So I hope that they rethink that, and I included that in my feedback to them. Paragon felt incredibly solid to play. Like, it had an answer for everything. So even though I'm not like a huge warrior enjoyer, Paragon was really good. Luminary and Troubadour were alright. They were like near perfect for support. They were near perfect for support. Any big disappointments for the E-Specs? Support Evoker felt really, really bad to play. Like a Troubadour in 2 seconds can do the same boons that it takes a Evoker like 15 clicks to do. It's pretty severe, the differences between them. Now DPS Evoker's doing fine. I'm talking about Support Evoker was a disappointment. How's Amalgam? Amalgam is currently the most overpowered one, just simply because of numbers. On Amalgam, it is, like, you can... Like, I didn't know what I was doing on Amalgam, and I was just pressing buttons that lit up, and I ended up doing, like, 50, 60k DPS. It is absolutely busted overpowered right now. However, let's pretend that they changed the numbers. It was pretty fun. They did a really good job with the artwork, the liquid metal and stuff like that. It's pretty neat. Mesmer right now, or sorry, Ritualist right now is green Mesmer. Kinda. But the Ritualist does have some unique abilities that I really like. Like, that is true. Oh, nice. They popped that one. Which lane is struggling? Okay, I see a skull in middle. I guess middle's struggling? Alright, I don't think I'm needed here to keep killing preservers. Let me see if I can help the other lane. We've been running in circles here for a while. Oh, wait, did they just finish? Oh my god, okay. They just finished. Alright. New to the game, what is this content? This is a meta event at the end of Heart of Thorns that's really popular. Giant map, 3 lanes, people in all 3 lanes. They're pushing in and trying to kill a boss in 3 locations. If all 3 bosses die at the same time, this area opens up and there's a big dragon that we're gonna fight that you'll see in a minute.
Oh, we're Fusion! We're Fusion! Oh my god, we're Fusion so hard!
Don't interrupt me. Anyway, we're about to be fighting a big dragon near the end of Heart of Thorns in the open world. Good job helping the other team, Muck. They wouldn't have done it without you. Oh, thank you.
Those islands are condensed ley energy. Keep them out of water from absorbing all the ley energy. Spread out.
Alright, where is he?
Seize those islands.
Where is he? I want to show him off to the newbies. The thickest nope rope in all of Tyria. Where are you at? Where's my money? Oh Lord, he coming. Where's the rest of them? He's way over there. Wait, is he booping? Oh, no, 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 we're not landing there right now. All those people just died. Slap them awake. Oh, they released. That's fine. Suwon felt tiny for the Mother of Dragons. I'm pretty sure Dwayne The Rock Johnson is taller than his mom. I mean, real life could be like that sometimes. Kids have growth spurts. We did not do a lot of damage to him there. Give me one of these. This might not be a single burn. If we use a beta character in World v. World, we end up gaining Warrior World rank for the account. Do we keep the rank? So Kichiro, that's really easy to test. On the beta character, look at your World v. World rank. Then swap to your normal character and look at the World v. World rank. See if it's different. Hey man, keep doing what you do. We'll be subbing soon. Good night. Good night, Ronald. Thank you. I'm complaining of getting a new legendary, but I can't think of any in particular. I think Spear would be a good choice since every class can use it. What do you think? I'm of similar mindset. If you don't know what one you want to work on, get one that can be used by many of your characters. Spear, of course, can be used by all of them, but like maybe you've got 3 characters you play and they all use staff, or they all use sword, or something like that. Getting something they have in common is certainly an option. Feels like our damage is just like crazy low. I mean, he's dying, but this is gonna take a bit. Oh, time to run, time to run, time to run, time to run! He's eating! Speaking of money, I sold the Club Journey I won last night for 3k gold so I can craft the Juggernaut, get a Leggy Sigil, and run, and my last 2 pieces of meat to Leggy armor. Nice! Hope it serves you well. How do you remove the HUD like that? Control-Shift-H. It's good for taking screenshots and stuff. Music is great on this map. Hell yeah. Do cosmetics like your plushie mount go away? I mean, it only goes away when I dismount off of it. If you mean, does it like expire or something? No. It's mine forever. It's in my library of unlocked stuff. I can use it for as long as I want. Ooh, the Blade Master. Oh my god! Oh, that wasn't fair. You did that in one hit. I'm using my Jade Bot. What a punk. I got slapped. Did we get the real one? I think we did. Yep, he's receding. All right. Been gone for a bit. Last time I played, only the first part of Janthir was out. Tell me everything I missed. All right. So in the first part of Janthir, we fought Decima. In the second part of Janthir, we fought Decima. In the third part of Janthir, we fought Decima. In the fourth part of Janthir, they mixed it up. We fought Decima and Greer and Uro. There was Titans. We fought the Titans. There was a little bit of story. And then there was a party, because, we won. Everyone got spears. I think you might have been there for that part. We won, spoilers. What did you think of the climax? I felt underwhelmed. I was whelmed. Not overwhelmed or underwhelmed, I think I was just whelmed. I have said this before, I love the features and gameplay that they've been adding in these smaller expansions. However, if I had to nitpick something, I think the writing was the weakest part of the last two expansions. Oh god, can we kill this thing before it eats the island? Jeez. Can you do this boss without the mount? Yeah, this boss was designed before mounts existed. If you don't have the mount, what you need is a mastery called Leyline Gliding, and you use your glider to zip along these glowing lines. So the sky scale makes it easier, but it was designed pre-mount, so you can absolutely do it without mounts. Can you do it without glider? You really wouldn't be here without a glider. Heart of Thorns added glider. Like, you enter Heart of Thorns, and you get the glider very soon after, and then this is the finale of Heart of Thorns. So could you do this without a mount and without a glider? Not very well. Maybe if someone teleported your lazy butt all over the place. This is the longest Mordremoth fight I've ever done, but I'm having fun, so it's okay. I only world v world, so I didn't know. That's fine. Questions are welcome. On this channel, even if I am playing other games, you're always welcome to ask Guild Wars 2 questions. I get a lot of them. It's a longer fight, so you get to see more Dremoth. God. I don't think I can get there in time to hit the head. Oh, actually, yes, I will, because he's chomping. When he's chomping, he stays in one spot longer. We're getting there. I think he's gonna go invulnerable in a minute. Yep, there goes. He's chomping. He's chomping. Run! Fly, you fools! He's low. My crackpot theory is Aurene is back in VOE. Yeah, but Aurene's gotten too strong. She can solve any problem with a snap of her fingers. She has the power of, like, all dragons. How would they bring her back without her just, like, instantly solving everything? I honestly think it was one of their really good moments in writing when they came up with a reason for why she needed to go be by herself for a while. I don't think they should bring her back right now. She would be able to fix everything too easily. Bad guy stole her powers, then we freaking lose. How about that? Why did she? I don't remember. Okay, so whenever, I mean, all right, this is minor spoilers on how the dragons work. If you don't want to hear this, you've been warned. Whenever a dragon dies, its powers are divided among the remaining dragons. So, like, us killing dragons to solve problems is really just kind of kicking the can down the road. It doesn't help much. So, like, Zaitan had zombies, so Mordremoth has now Vine zombies, you know, and so on and so on. So, when the last dragons were Suwon and Aurene, they each had 50% of the power of Jormag, Primordus, Zaitan, Mordremoth, just all of them. And Aurene was kind of designed to hold that power, but Suwon wasn't, and she got corrupted by, like, the void because she was just, like, overflowing with all this energy. She was bursting at the seams. So then we had to kill Suwon. So then Aurene now has 100% of all the dragon powers, and she is, like, barely holding it together, and she's like, look, I need to go somewhere alone so I can focus on processing all this magic, because if I, like, lose concentration, I'm going to blow up. And we're like, okay, that's a pretty good reason. So, it's like, yeah, she is just insanely powerful right now, like, to an undescribable degree. But, if she loses focus, she's going to go off like a nuke or something. So, it's like, alright, she needs to go to a cave, be by herself, and just focus and, like, train herself for God knows how many years to work on this. So that's her deal. Ow. Did we get her? Yeah, we got her. Come on, one more burn phase on Morty and he's dead. This fight's taking a long time. It's usually a bit quicker than this by today's standards, but there's not as many people on this map as there usually are, probably because people play in beta stuff. But it is looking like it will be successful. His health bar is right there. They got him over there? Yeah. Alright, there's his head. Is it here or here? It's over there. Alright, he's 2%. 1%. Okay, he's dead. Alright, so now he's going to, like, pull back. Oh my god, that was close. I jumped off the ground right when the murder earthquake went across. I lifted my foot up right when the death wave went. Alright, so we're gonna get a cutscene in a second.
Don't let the creature get away. Up the tree, quickly.
It's dying. We got it.
Mukluk, do you think it's worth it for a new player to get into this game? Yes. Like, if I want to invest long-term into the game, stick around for a long time. Yes. Like, the content I am doing right now that has a ton of people currently working on fighting this dragon together came out almost 10 years ago. The world is still alive. Yes. It is still worth it. And now we get the loot. Mushroom, mushroom. This is from the first expansion. Yes. And there were five expansions? Yeah. And this is from expansion 1. Now, usually you kill this thing slowly so more people have time to come here and get a hit in on it, but they're taking a long time to get here. Alright, there's someone else. Everybody who hits this thing gets some of the treasure. Or, like, a copy of the treasure. Alright. And next one. I don't see this one at the moment. Muck, when do Wizard Vault rewards reset? Rather than tell you, I'm going to show you how to see for yourself. Click on Wizard's Vault. Click on Special. There's a timer near the top right. There it is. Thanks. You're welcome. that's number 2. And let's see if there is one over here. Yes, one just spawned. There's the treasure mushroom. These things drop, well, treasure, but there is a chance that they will drop this one weird item that is worth thousands of gold. So it's kind of like a lottery ticket when you kill one of these. Jenna's feet. Yeah. I forget, do these drop an infusion? Invisible shoes. Is what they drop. Alright, that's all the treasure mushrooms. Now we check for any more loot pods. I think I got all of them from this lane, but the other 2 lanes I'll need to grab. Invisible shoes. Hang on a second. Yeah. Yeah, it's like 2,000 gold. Yep. Basically, it's a boot skin that makes your boots disappear, so you look like you're barefoot, even though you still have foot armor on. And some very rich people like feet. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a correlation there, but there's people with lots of money that like feet. Supply and demand, yeah. They demand the feet. Monaco likes feet. Where's the add-on for the font? Exclamation ROT stands for Regions of Tyria. Type that in my chat and you'll get a download instructions video if you want it. It'd be funny if there were invisible cat boots that just makes the value tank on them. That would be a little funny. Any word you'll revisit Age of Wonders 4 for the other thing? Yeah, I will be doing that at some point. I do not know exactly when. We were actually just talking earlier that it's time to pick a new game for the morning stream. And I was considering... let me just restart this because I want to make sure that the new people know what I'm talking about. Typically, on my non-Guild Wars 2 days... I am streaming 1 game in the evening and 1 game in the morning. And we're just constantly working on, 2 games that we're chewing through at any given time. For our morning streams on not Guild Wars 2 days, we just finished Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. And I was considering for tomorrow starting a game I've got here called Days Gone. That a lot of folks in the community had said, oh yeah, that was pretty good. And I got a copy of it. I was thinking of trying that in the morning and seeing if we like it. The evening game, we're currently still in the middle of Warhammer Dawn of War, which we started before the drops campaign started for Guild Wars 2. So, tomorrow morning, we would be doing possibly Days Gone. Tomorrow night, we'll be doing Guild Wars 2 just for like an hour, because after that we have a sponsored stream for a game I showed interest in called Particle Hearts. And I will show you a tiny bit of what this looks like. Pretty unique puzzle/adventure game. And we're going to be doing a 2-hour segment for these guys tomorrow. So we'll try it out, we'll see if we like it, and then afterward I'll have a fat giveaway for you guys. That's the plan for tomorrow night. And then Tuesday is Guild Wars Tuesdays. We'll be back on Guild Wars 2 after that. And then Wednesday through Friday is going to be pretty much the same as what we do Monday. And then Friday I'm heading out to Seattle for the con. Raptor needs an update? I feel like if there was one mount that needs an update, it's the Springer. Because once you have every mount in the game, I feel like the Springer becomes useless. Like, I had to use mine in, like, a year. Because, like, it does CC, Warclaw does CC better after Janther. It go up, Skyscale go more up. It's just, it's 100% replaced. But I'm not sure what they would do with it. I was very surprised to see that in the next expansion, they're doing an update to the Skimmer. And I was like, really? Because the Skimmer is still great at what it does. Movement over water and movement underwater. Is Chip taken care of? Yeah, I've got a friend coming over on the 2 days that we'll be gone to handle all of the Chip chores. And he'll keep his majesty alive. Chip might get lonely for 48 hours, but he will not have to go into like a kennel or anything like that. He can stay home. Someone's coming over to take care of him once a day for 2 days. What are they doing to the Skimmer? We don't know exactly, but just like how the Warclaw got an overhaul in Janther, the Skimmer is getting some kind of overhaul. We did see it shooting lasers, like pew 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 pew, during the video that announced the expansion. He gonna be mad at you? He might. Will you be able to maintain the streak? I've got the Twitch app installed on my phone, like RL streamers use, and my goal is to do like a 10-minute stream on the day that I'm gone from like the hotel room and just talk about the trip and how it's going and say hi to anyone who happens to be there when I go live. And basically that's my excuse that the streak will stay alive. I'll still be able to say that I streamed every day. Skimmer becomes ghost vehicle from Halo. Isn't Chip scared of strangers? Not terribly, no. But, I mean, worst case scenario, my friend comes over and Chip runs and hides. He fills the food and water bowls, empties the litter box, and leaves. That's the worst case scenario. So, it'd still be enough to keep him alive and healthy for the 2 days we're gone. Please do a test stream. I wish you could keep the streak going. We might do that. The thing is, it's the same. There was one time long ago when my power was out and we thought the streak was gonna die, and we did a stream from my phone for a few minutes, but then the power came on and I was like, oh shoot, and then I turned my phone off and then we just did a normal stream from the computer. Some of you may remember me with the phone. Oh, can you see me? This still counts. So I just had my face up to the camera way too close. It's the same app from that, so it should work unless like so plan A is use the hotel's Wi-Fi. If that's terrible, my wife's phone will be used as a hotspot, and then my phone will be used to stream for just a few minutes. So we can still technically say it's working. Okay. Dragon stand complete. That took a long time. Like, how about walk around with your phone showing the meet and greet? I considered it. I really need to replace my phone. My phone is a piece of trash. Like, I press a button on it and I can count to 4 before the button triggers. So, I really don't know that I want to try to stress it at something like that. However, I am going to try to get lots and lots of pictures at the meet and greet. Maybe you could do like a little video. Like of the, talking about it and show pics and stuff like that. I think it would be fun. But yeah, I've asked my wife. My wife used to be a photographer, and also she has a nicer phone than I do. I asked her if she could take lots of pics while we were there. And so she is going to be trying to do that. I was here so long the treasure mushrooms respawned. I'm the same boat, Mug. I have a 4-year-old Android. The only thing I can keep running on is empty out all the app crashes on a daily basis. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, today, it's like, you've got a text, and I click the text thing, and it took, like, count of 10 to open. And the thing is, it didn't used to be that slow. So I don't know if it's got, like, a memory leak or what the deal is, but it's just, like, gotten progressively worse over time. So at some point, I need to take it into, like, AT&T and just exchange it for something new. Highlight video of the trip would be great. Yeah, I mean, I would love to do a video afterward where I just talk about how the trip went, and then, insert pictures when applicable. I wanted to go. I love rainy weather, but it's sold out. Well, they did say that they would let in people that didn't get tickets to the community event venue, but it's kind of like first come, first serve. Like, if you're waiting outside, and then they're like, okay, there's not too many people in here, we'll let a few people in, etc. Sir, do you have the mad plushy money to put towards a phone now? I have enough to get a phone if I need to. I'm not sure if I want to try to do that before the trip, though. Don't forget my pin. Your pin, Bluebell? Huh? Oh, like I'm supposed to just like get you a pin. Oh, okay. I for a second I thought you were talking about something that was included in the shoulder harness that you sent me. It's like, what? Hey, Muck, new chatter. I heard you had hibachi tonight, and I have to say, I hope you enjoyed your onion volcano. They did indeed make the onion volcano. Honestly, the guy, usually with hibachi, you get like dinner and a show. I'm there for the food. I love the food. The show is fine. The guy looked exhausted. He was like, he had to like the thing, like he barely did anything show worthy. So I mean, I didn't care because I was just like, nom 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 nom. But yeah, he phoned it in hard when it came to the show. What was the final lead spec you tried? Conduit. Pin from the meetup. I don't know that they're gonna sell me a pin from the meetup. I can take a look below. Sounds like it's close to the end of his shift. Maybe. Yeah, it might be. Why do I have 2 DMs? Nog, I don't know, if you're built like that, I might not survive. So Nog Dog just told me I should give people handshakes like this at the meetup. I'm very pale, so I guess I'm Armstrong. Give him a Guild Wars 2, a G2 ballpoint pen. Did you like Conduit? Sadly, no. I think Conduit and Antiquary are my least favorites. Conduit was just very meh. I was just like, this just feels like Rev. Like, this doesn't feel like anything new. So. Okay. Alright. Wow, I'm just looking at the time, like, wow, a lot of time passed while I was working on that Dragon Stand. I like Antiquary, but the DPS on power seems low. I'm kind of curious what... Oh, I never made a forum post for Antiquary. That's right. I was about to say, I'm kind of curious what other people thought of my thoughts of Antiquary. Then I was like, wait, that's the only one I didn't leave thoughts for. Okay. Let's see. Is anyone else here gonna be fighting for this treasure? Wow. Yeah, there's still a lot of folks awake. Let's try this one. Do not rebel the DPS, the elite specs. I'm not. Like, for example, Amalgam was kind of fun to play, and it had busted damage. They fixed the busted damage. What you're left with is felt kind of fun to play. Conduit didn't feel like anything new. Troubadour, very effective support. Didn't feel like a bard. I think they need... flashbang! I think they need to do more with actual music stuff with the Troubadour. Like, add some more sound effects or something. Those are just a couple of examples off the top of my head. I'd love to come and meet you, but I'm recovering from a rough 48-hour bout of food poisoning that almost took me to urgent care. I have to miss this time. Oh, you've got days to heal. It's 5 days away. You'll be fine. I have a difficult choice to make on a matter converter. Bag of 3 obsidian shards or bag of 10 obsidian shards. Both for 25 airship parts. What to do? Someone said get the bag of 3. It keeps you wanting more. Okay, there we go. Alright, so leave that group and then join this one. This group of 4. Birthday cake! Nom 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 nom. What setting do you enable on the event table to immediately waypoint? Click on Blish HUD, go to Manage Modules, go to Event Table, go to Settings, click on Event Areas, go to Behaviors, and check Left Click Action, Navigate to Waypoint. Thanks. Sure. Monk, you don't have his muscles, plus is your favorite pastime lifting the piano? No. No. At what account birthday do you get the permanent cake? Was it 8? Someone fact check that. Alright, that's it. Done with the drink. Oh boy, let's go! Boof. Ah! Oh no! Oh no! I'm in the hot sauce! Ah! There we go. Alright. Frogs handled. Hey Muck, how was the conduit feeling? I got bored. It was very dull in my opinion. And I unfortunately don't really have anything constructive to say, like, oh, they should do this to fix it. I have no idea what they should do to fix it. Let's do that. Evoker feels that way too. So I did heal a lack water otter evoker. And it had a lot of button pressing. And like right after that I did Troubadour and I'm like, oh my god, evoker was so bad. It's like evoker I had to do like 15 buttons to provide half the amount of boons that Troubadour does in 2. Dude, what is the lag right now? Oh, it's not that bad. I just felt like the latency was really bad. Evoker gameplay is Ellie gameplay, nothing different. Just presses 5 after a charge. But cute animals. If you're playing DPS Evoker, it's fine. But I'm just saying heal a lack Evoker is like a nightmare compared to other supports. That's Ellie, not Evoker. Yes, I know. Hopefully West is okay. Yeah, it's going down. We're good. Slash map easy. Dude, I was hitting the weapon swap button so many times. That's a lie. I got massive delay right now. Might just be how many people are here. I have the graphics turned out. You can see the floating names. I'm not rendering all of them. There's just a lot of bodies here. Like, which of the new elite specs don't have quickness or alacrity? Don't? Okay, hold on. I have to think. Luminary has alacrity. Paragon has alacrity. Conduit has neither. Antiquary, I don't think has either. Gale Shot has quickness. Amalgam has both in a very short burst, but providing them consistently is going to be a really weird build. Troubadour has a lack. Ritualist has quickness. Evoker has a lack on Otter, quick on Air Hair. I hope I answered it in there somewhere. Someone in map chat just said the man, the myth, the Asura. Evoker encourages maining an element. Tempest uses all of them because that's how they keep everything going. That's literally the mechanic. You choose the spirit of one element. Well, here's the thing though. When you choose the spirit of one element, the cooldown of that element gets drastically shortened, right? And it encourages you to primarily use that element. But the thing is like, for example, if you focus on Water Otter and you're a healer and you're providing alacrity, you still have to, as quickly as mucking possible, swap to Earth to provide protection, and swap to Air to provide swiftness and do blast combos, and swap to Fire to provide might and fury, and then swap to Water to do healing and do the whole thing again. So you don't get to enjoy the fact that you can go to Water more often because you have to constantly visit all 4 elements just like you always do with the other builds. So it's like, yeah, I love the idea that I could use my favorite element more often, but it doesn't work in practice. What's wrong with quickness on Gale Shot? Nothing. It can provide quickness without even concentration gear. Honestly, they might nerf that. Right now, you do not even have to have concentration gear. You could provide 100% quickness uptime with full berserkers. You could just play only fire. Yeah, only fire evoker is fine. Any other evokers are struggling. You sound like a potato when you say maining an element. That's not how elementalists work. Depends on the elementalist. There are multiple builds, and have been for years, that sit fire and stay fire the whole time. And they never shift off of that. If you are doing conduit, fire gives burning, earth gives some bleeding, water and air don't help a whole lot. If you're doing power, you're probably going to primarily use air. If you're doing support, you have to visit all of them to keep the boons up most of the time. That's how most of the builds, as I know it, have worked in the recent past. I did hear Water Evoker is good at doing heals. True, but every other support in the game already can do enough healing to handle every fight in the game. So, although the Water Otter Evoker can pump out more healing than most of them can, there's nowhere that that's applicable, right? Like, there's no fight where you need someone who can, like, oh no, sorry Firebrands, we can't take you. We're gonna need Water Otters. This room does 10,000 damage per second. We need someone who can out-heal that. That just doesn't exist. There's no Bone Skin or Legendary Challenge mode. It's just not there. Other classes don't have cute otter. It is a cute otter. It has a couple of bugs too, and these are bugs though. So I mean, you know, beta is beta. When I tried it, like if I did the empowered familiar attack with the otter, and then I charged up too quickly and did the normal familiar attack, it would interrupt the empowered attack, and the empowered one would never go off. So that was something I reported when I tried it. There should be a legendary challenge mode for Bone Skinner. Honestly, if there was one, people would probably have to do it in the proper way and not the gimmick that the community came up with.
Moe raided my stream with 6 viewers.
Moe, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome. This is why I'm going to suggest to them to have a trait that gives just quickness then, or a lack. Hello, how's it going? It's going good. We finished trying out all of the stuff that we wanted to try out with the Elite Beta, and just kind of doing open world stuff and just chatting right now. I tried Paragon as DPS. It lacks a lot of, I have to say, pure DPS. Couldn't get over 21k, and with the lack is 16k, which is better. Also giving out Might and Fury by accident, but that's hurtful. Hopefully they give it something that can at least be better. Now you got me curious, because when I did Paragon, I only tried Heal Alack, which was godly. It was amazing. It was so good. But I never tried DPS versions of Paragon. I'm looking at Snowcrows. Okay, the only thing on Snowcrows for Paragon is Heal Alack. There is no DPS or Heal Alack. Or sorry, DPS or DPS Alack. So maybe no one's found a good one. So the question is, do they want I think there should be a DPS boon version of it. The question is, do they want that? The plushie is so cute. I'm not even showing the plushie right now. Now the plushie is currently... hold on a sec. He's currently strapped into this device that we're working on something with him. He's right here. You can see him next to his the thing that inspired him.
Face me and let us finish what you started.
Can you show the event table auto go to waypoint again? I have shown this so many times today. Go to Blish HUD, click on the cog, go to the event table, click on open settings, go to the third thing called event areas. On the right hand side of the window, go down to behaviors. The first thing says left click action, change it to navigate to waypoint, and check the accept waypoint prompt box. I love you, but if I said that too fast, then I need you to just make like a Twitch clip of it or something. Mike, which elite spec did you enjoy the most? Paragon or Ritualist? Supports. It's tied. Third and fourth place for me are Troubadour and Luminary. None of them were perfect, but that was my level of enjoyment. You said it too fast, I blinked and I'd missed it. That's a crying shame. I went untargetable right as I was doing my leap and I went flying.
It's gone further inside. We need to get after it. Watch my back. I'll rip down this whole cabin if I have to.
Hey, Mega Chat, talk about Orax Manifested. Is it better to invest gold in the items for the gift of the Mursat Ruins or the items needed for the food? So, oh gosh, hiccups again. The items needed for the food, some of them are cooked with recipes you may not have. So you might want to look to see if you have the recipes for them, because if you don't have the recipes, you might need to spend the gold on those. So that would be the first thing I would check if I were in your shoes. I tried Water, Earth, a Lack, or a Heal Evoker earlier with staff. Felt like it could keep up its boons a bit better. Can't say it's less of a cluster of buttons. It's just, again, trying one of the other supports, like, dude, especially Paragon. Trying one of the other supports, like Paragon, Ritualist, or Troubadour, or Luminary, after you try Evoker, and it's like, oh my god, why was I putting myself through that pain? Like, it was just... It was a world apart. Oh no! Jadebot! Fix my mistakes. AoE revive, Spirit of Nature. How'd you like the Rat Mage Antiquary? It is my top 2 least favorite. Spirit of Nature fixed their mistakes, yeah. Wait, do we have a way station? Oh, no. Way. Nope. Oh, someone else did it before me. Nice. Power to you. There we go.
It's stealing magic from the lost spirits. The gate's open. Now get in there and cut off the
Did it work or the hiccups gone? Each time I've gotten the hiccups tonight, I've like held my breath for about a minute. And then, well, that's an exaggeration, like 30 seconds. And then they're gone for like an hour. And then they came back. So I'll need to do it one more time before bed. Dude, chat was so helpful earlier too. Like one person's like, hold your breath, and someone's like, dissolve a cup of sugar on your tongue, and someone's like, yo, rub honey on your thighs, and then someone else is like, does anyone have a picture of a swan? He needs to look at a picture of a swan. I'm just like, oh, okay, look, I'll try the breath thing first, and we'll go from there. And luckily the breath thing worked, because we're freaking straight out of honey. Zadrox, thank you.
Yeet.
Yeet. Spirit of Nature, those 4 over there. I think that only res like 1 or 2 actually, because I think someone else did a mass res in the same spot. Hiccups are a stomachache thing. Yeah, joke's on you. I actually took 4 Tums, 2 right before stream and 2 like an hour before that. And I also took an antacid, and none of that did anything. But holding my breath for a minute made it go away immediately. The Tums were tasty though. They were fruit flavored. I used my EMP. I just drink water and sleep it off. I mean, if I'm hiccuping all night, it's going to keep my wife awake, and then she is going to get driven crazy. So, no, look, we got a little hack that gets rid of it. It's fine. Hold on, is this Mesmer portal going to come active? I may have missed it. Hopefully they got enough people in there. Sounds like you have a case of wet bones and ghost in your blood. Sneezing is the leading symptom according to WebMD. You remind me of those old-timey doctor jokes. Like, oh man, sounds like you got a case of ghost in the blood. You're gonna have to do cocaine about it. Okay, doc. For legal reasons, that was a joke. Don't do that. Have you tried leeches? Leeches is pretty solid. Have you ever considered doing a fresh start series? Considered, yeah, but never really decided to do it. You might do like 0 to hero or something like that, right? And I don't know. I like Guild Wars 2. I really do not want to start over. I've got 9,000 hours in it, you know? I don't want to just settle that aside and play on a new account. And I have grown to greatly enjoy other fantasy worlds. Like last year, we played 110 games. One of them was Guild Wars 2. So I've really grown to like, you know, trying out all of these other titles and stuff like that. So rather than play Guild Wars 2 over a second time, I would much rather try out all these things that I've never, you know, never done before. 9K hours for real? Yeah. I like the game. So, like, for example, tomorrow morning, I said that there's a strong chance that we will try out Days Gone. Tomorrow evening, we're doing a sponsored stream for Particle Hearts. That'll be 2 more games I've never seen. Are you going to try out Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta? That's a name. Do I have to have played certain other games to understand or make sense of that one? Like, do I have to play Metal Gear Solid 2 Delta, or Metal Gear Liquid Beta, or Metal Gear 1 Alpha? Like, what all do I need? Chronologically, it'll be the first game. But it has a 3 in it. I think you're lying to me. That can't be possible. It has a 3 in it. New to game, what do you think of Ritualist? If you're new to the game, I should make sure to stress that Ritualist is currently in a beta state. Right now, I think for DPS, it's kind of lackluster. They probably need to pump the numbers up a little bit. Or maybe I was just bad. It's also possible. For healing and support, very nice. It was very fun. But I did request a few tweaks. Like, you know, they've got a place where you can submit feedback. Hey. Chip says hi. I did send back some feedback. Like, right now, one of the most effective ways to give people boons is to summon the spirits and then immediately detonate the spirits. So your friends are never out for more than a second, and I don't really like that style of gameplay. So I submitted, like, maybe instead of destroying your spirits, you could just command the spirit to do an action, and then afterward it stays out, and you're not just detonating the thing, because I really didn't like that gameplay style. But it is a very effective, support right now. Hey, what's up? You want to jump up here? What's up, dude? I have a dirty shirt on the back of that chair, and he was sniffing it, and now he's done. And, oh, hold on a sec. I'll have that fixed in a sec. Okay, shit butt. Yeah, he had to come in and see how things were going for exactly 3 seconds, then he was done. Do you recommend any other MMO like Guild Wars 2? There are many, many Guild Wars 2 players that also play either Elder Scrolls Online, Final Fantasy XIV, or World of Warcraft. Now, none of those are, like, very similar to Guild Wars 2, but they are also MMOs, and so the, you know, people that like one might like another. I myself am only into Guild Wars 2. I did play near 10 years of WoW before playing this, so, you know, I was nerding it up over there before this one. And I've tried ESO and FF14, and I just did not think they were for me. This guy just looks like a burning bush. Let's see. Pavanisos, maybe? Got another half hour to pass. Dark Age of Camelot? Is that still active? My first MMO was EverQuest. I played EQ for like 6 or 7 years, I think, before I got into WoW. And yeah, Dark Age of Camelot was a competitor at that time. Whoa! Dude. Bro, you spooked me. What are you doing? Need some attention? This is Chip, if any of y'all haven't met him. He has an emote, or two. He is currently purring. Okay. He's over there now. He has a tower to my left he sometimes will hang out on with his own camera. Hey. You're turning your back on them and making biscuits. Okay. Just realized this stuff needs to be cleaned. Thanks to the VOE giveaway yesterday. You're welcome. Next time, it sounded great. I just shot. Never said anything in a giveaway. The birthday was great. Thanks, I should have to do a double thing. Thanks to the content on YouTube, bro. Sure. Happy birthday, my guy. Snow Garden Rifle skin. Thank you. I'll add that to the giveaway vault. Wait, what? I'm seeing that too late. Okay. Cannot share secret biscuit tech. Yeah. Yeah, I guess not. Alright, let's see. Is anyone doing this one? Oh, yeah. I'm even on the right map already. I didn't realize that this was active. They're over at Lextalion. Here we res! Boom, get up. I am here to save you, citizens. I got here just in time to get trapped in the baby gates. This is gonna suck. Oh, nice. They did a good job with the spirits up until this point. Well done. Which is easier to play, Guardian or Ellie? Guardian. Low levels, Ranger, Warrior, Guardian, Necro, I would say are easier. Thief, some people find it to be fragile and struggle with it, but, you know, if you're an experienced gamer, you probably wouldn't have much of a hard time. And I would say at low levels, Ellie is probably the most challenging, maybe Mesmer after that. Ellie is more fun. That is subjective. Alright, I'm gonna AoE res here so these people can help with the CC. Dang. I tried so hard and got so far. And in the end, we didn't kill enough ghosts. Meow. Muck, look at the skin at the bottom of your inventory. If you mean the rifle thing, someone just mailed me that for the giveaway vault. This one? Snow Garden? Or did you see something else in here? Maybe is it Berserker Seer Warstaff? What does that look like anyway? Weird looking. Chat, look at his back leg. He doesn't know what to do with it while the front legs are hard at work. It just keeps like lifting off a little bit. Ship got quads. He got quads. Alright, I'm gonna swap to heal. You know what? I'm gonna do heal druid. Do heal druid for the wall. Heal the turtles. Is an NG build that does not use any kits possible? Yes. But think of it this way. If you have an NG build that ideally would use a kit, and then you take that kit out, you are sacrificing damage just to give yourself less buttons to press. And sometimes that's fine. You know, if you're in open world's pretty chill. As long as you're in the right place, you know, hitting the right thing, your damage can be a little lower, and that's not a big deal. But if you were in like try-hard content in a strike or a raid or a fractal, might want to put that second kit back on the bar. So at this point, what we're gonna do is try to keep these people on turtle mounts alive while they break the wall. Is this a convergence? No, this is Bavanisos, the final map in Janthier Wilds, and we're doing the meta. Thanks, Muk, for that. Sure. Oh, I've got one wrong button on the bar, I just realized. There's a player near me named Florida Man, and I don't know if I should feel safer or more threatened. $50-50. Yeah, I'm having issues filling the Astral Power Bar right now. Maybe I should have gone heal Untamed after all. On the bright side, Alacrity is making the turtles shoot faster. How was Conduit? I was really bored with it, Beansy. I did not care for it. It honestly just felt like a normal rev. I guess he's done with the biscuits. Don't think I've ever seen you play Rev or Guardian. They're not my mains. We played Luminary quite a lot yesterday. It was pretty solid. I don't know that it's better than like Firebrand, but that's a really steep hill to climb. Is Heal Druid easy for first-time healer? It's not too bad. I would say it's not the easiest, but it's certainly not the hardest either. I would say it's kind of middle ground. If you, you know, spend a few minutes, watch a few videos, stuff like that, I don't think it's that bad. Alright, let's swamp to heal Untamed so we don't have to deal with Astral Power for now. Did you ever get to try Evoker? I tried Evoker out as a support, like with Water Otter, and it has a lot of problems. But on the flip side, I believe that the people trying out Evoker with Firefox are having a grand old time. Did you try the mono evoker trait? No, because I really enjoy playing support, so I was looking at support stuff, and no one's going to play mono water otter support because then it won't be able to provide any friggin' boons. So it wouldn't be allowed in groups. So no, I never tested that. Green numbers! Please, oh my god, what the hell? Nico's just like, BAM! Wall of text, give this to ArenaNet. What homework are you giving me? I got an idea for conduit. Make it a summon class. Each legend you equip summons a pet familiar type thing with its associated legend. Shiro, Jalis, Malix, Ventari, Rizal. While that legend's active, these summons have a party aura for group benefit, like attack speed, reduce incoming damage, blah blah blah. They also give Rizal Spec access to party quickness and supportive builds. That sounds fun. That would be a massive rework though. I don't know if they're gonna change it that oh my god, AoE res. Boop! 5 of you get up. I will say, I like your idea. It sounds fun. I don't know if they would do that, though. That's a pretty drastic change. I'm gonna AoE res here. Boop. Get out of that. got one more node remaining. I do love these metas that are just dangerous enough where the pure DPS struggle and I can play support and have a good time. That was weird. I just used my jump in the air and get on my sky scale button, and I jumped up, but I didn't get on my sky scale. I was like, I guess we're gliding now. Ugh. Alright, AoE res U4. I'll go over and manually get this one. Search and rescue this guy. Alright, that's everyone. Hopefully they don't need that treatment again anytime soon. Honestly, if Heal Untamed had access to stability anywhere, it'd probably be my main support. I really enjoy this. It's just, it doesn't work in the tryhard content because it doesn't have stab. It would be such a dream if if Visions of Eternity had a ranger pet that had a stab button. And then it's like this build would be complete because it could use that.
Astra Legend raided my stream with 8 viewers.
Astra Legend, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Welcome. We're just finishing up a Baba Nisos meta right now. Monk, is there a ranger pet with fear? Yes, the wolf. It has a howl that has like a 2 or 2 animation, and then there's a fear at the end of it. It's a popular choice for rangers in PvP to have as their off pet, because if they get downstated and someone comes up to stomp them, they can hit F4, F2, and it'll, even from downstate, it'll pet swap to the wolf, and then the wolf will fear the person trying to stomp them. If they're not expecting it, it can sometimes buy you time. GG! Were we the last lane? Yes, we were. Livia's addressing the group. Let's see. Astra Legend. Nog says Astra Legend, when did you start streaming? And Astra Legend says 3 years ago. You fool. And Wolf was in World v World, I think, same. PvP has all the pets. But yeah, the question about fear, where is it? Right here. Juvenile Wolf. 2-second fear, 1.5-second cast time. Yeah, it's the only fear in the Rangers' arsenal, I believe. Alright. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay. We are near the end of our show for tonight, chat. I think it is worth reminding folks, if you are interested in the drops, Drops campaign was scheduled to end a few hours from now. And if you're here for drops, I will raid someone in a few minutes so that you'll still get them. However, and this they've never done before, I think they felt guilty that the drops no longer, like, lined up with the beta event, because they said that they were going to restart the drops as soon as they end. Now, that still means if you were 90% done, you're going to get restarted. But if you want to, like, if you're like, oh man, I don't have enough time to get the Ritualist outfit, well, they're going to restart them again, giving you another chance to get, like, the Ritualist outfit and stuff like that. So it's worth mentioning if anyone didn't catch that in their announcements. Astra says I'm around, but I stream a few times a week. You want to do the daily strikes after this? No, I got about 10 minutes. And then I'm going to crash. And I'm still pretty beat from, like, the ungodly amount of hours we've streamed Guild Wars 2 this week. So I'm not going to stay up late tonight. I don't need 3 red outfits. But if you're playing 3 Skrit in a trench coat, they all need a red outfit. Ungodly amount of hours. Yeah. We did a 14-hour stream on Tuesday. We did a, was it 9 hours of streaming Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And we did 12 hours of streaming on Saturday. And then only 5 today. So yeah, the 14-hour day and the 12-hour day especially whipped
7
me.
more months and it's 5 years. It's been so long.
Thank you,
Mukluk time,
Eliver.
Mukluk love.
Glad I could catch you, even if only briefly. I'm the Astral that used to, probably will come back to post lore on Twitter. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, okay. I'm terrible with names, but you tell me that, I know exactly who you were. Yo, that's cool. That is cool. I don't know, dude, I don't think I did as good a job as you did, but because I was trying to, you know, be not just lore, but also entertainment value. Did you by chance see my attempt at posting some lore videos, the little Did You Know series I started? It's only got 4 or 5 videos in it right now, but I had a lot of fun with those. I thought that, you know, someone with your interests might appreciate them. Where is it? Hold on, I'm looking through. Oh, here we go. Those are the ones I did. 3 Lions Arches, this dog resisted Jormag, Long Cat Legion, the Commandos, and the Vigil. I thought these were fun. I'm looking for more moments that inspire me to make these videos, because these videos take a while to produce. But I'm constantly on the lookout for more interesting tidbits from the game to make into more of these. I'm going to be after that entertainment value as well, so it'll be interesting to see what I can do. Nice. We need more Chip lore videos. There's not really I mean, Chip does have a video. Hold on, is it exclamation Chip? Yeah, it is. There we go. Yeah, there is one video we've got that is just completely filled with moments where he came on stream and did something crazy. And then Noxxi edited it, so he's like a corn worshiper. Have you considered adding events from the books, or would that be frowned upon? If you mean me, 2 of the videos I've done so far are from the books. Hey. What's up? He's back again. Yeah, the playlist I just showed a second ago. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna open it up again. This was in the book. This was in the book, and this was partly in a book. For FFS, I muted the stream myself. Yeah, Zephyrus, I wasn't sure why you said muted, and I was just like, I'm just gonna keep going. But yeah, so I'd say 2.5 of the 5 of these are from the novels. This one especially. This is a personal favorite. This video is doing a lot better, but this is a personal favorite of mine. Have you considered, let's see, Joko sounds like its own miniseries. There's a lot of lore for Joko. There's a ton of it. There's novels? Yeah, there's 3 novels that I know of. Yeah, there is... Hang on, they're on my desk. Let me reach over here for a second. Okay. Let me turn off the green screen. So, there is... Let me try to do this in chronological... Is this... Alright, I'm going to try this. There's Sea of Sorrows is about when Lion's Arch 1.0 is destroyed and Zaitan was waking up. And the Lion's Arch was rebuilt. Lion's Arch 2.0 was rebuilt by pirates. And this is all about that and what happened around that time period. Ghosts of Ascalon is about Almora, who you may know her from the game. She sends a squad of people, and some of them are still in the game now. So this happened like right before Guild Wars 2, or a few years before, to go sneak past the humans and the Char that are murdering each other, to get an artifact that's precious to the Char, give it to the humans so that they can give it to the Char as a peace offering to try to get the war to stop so that everyone can focus on killing the mucking dragons. But of course, while they're doing this, they're going through a war zone where the humans and Chars are trying to kill each other and there's ghosts all over the place. That's Ghosts of Ascalon. The third one is Edge of Destiny. If you've played Guild Wars 2, when you get to around like level 30 or 40, you go to Lion's Arch for the first time, and you see Air and Zoja and Logan and Ritlock and all of them, they meet up and they all start fighting immediately. The reason they start fighting is because of what happens in this book. In this book, Kaith is very young. Like, you know, and Sylvari are full size when they're born, but Kaith is basically super naive. Logan's a badass. Ritlock's a badass. Air's a badass. And Snaff is alive. And Snaff is Zoja's teacher. And all of them form Destiny's Edge. And they fail. And that is the reasons that they fail. I won't tell you. But that is the reason that they all immediately start fighting and come to blows when they meet up in Lion's Arch when you hit level 40. This book happens right before Guild Wars 2 starts. So if you're going to read one of them, Edge of Destiny very, very much ties in with what happens in the game today. But they're all quite good. Like, I had I believe it was Chicken Nooble, another in-app partner, was like, "You haven't read them?" And I'm like, "No." And he goes, "I'm sending them to you." And he sent them to me, and I had them sitting on my desk for like a year. And finally, I picked one up and started reading it, and then I just like devoured all three of them. They were like really good. They were quite solid. And then like in the Did You Know series, this was a scene in the book. It's one of my favorite scenes about Garm. Garm is Air's dog. He resists Jormek. He's stronger than you think. So this is just me talking about it for 3 minutes. This one talks about what Almora went through when she founded the Vigil. And that char that is getting branded in the thumbnail is extremely relevant to it. But yeah, there's some really, really cool stuff in the books. Which of the 3 books do you think is the best? For me, Edge of Destiny, just because it so closely ties in with the characters you travel with in the game. But none of them are bad in my eyes. Why is there Risen in New Caning? I believe they said that when, like, the tides, like the waves would come in from the ocean, that these undead were getting washed ashore. And honestly, that's kind of viable because Or was like a sunken continent filled with undead, and it's not outside the realm of possibility that some of them would get swept away. Are the books still officially available online to buy? I haven't looked into that. I don't know. But, I mean, you could just go check, like, Amazon or something. I want a Guild Wars coloring book. Coloring book? Let's see. A couple people say they're on Amazon. But, yeah. I will definitely +1 promote the books. They're quite good. I don't have a referral link or anything. They're just good books. Edge of Destiny is my favorite. And you get they're all at different timelines, so you can kind of read them in any order, but chronologically they do happen at different times. But each of them follows completely different characters. However, in all 3 books, there are actually wait, hold on. Hold on, I'm thinking. In Sea of Sorrows, is the main character alive in Guild Wars 2 today? I can't remember. The pirate guy. He is not. Okay, so I'm actually... So Edge of Destiny and Ghosts of Ascalon. There are a lot of characters in those books that are alive in Guild Wars 2 in the game today. Sea of Sorrows, I'm not sure if there's anyone alive from the book in the game today or not. I can't immediately recall. I love Ghosts of Ascalon. Char is my favorite race, so it was dope knowing more about their lore. Also, you can find some of the main characters in the game. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. I love how that's the line he comes in on. Yeah, I'm bouncing back and forth between the two chat windows. Nightmare. Good night, Grey Fox. Sea of Sorrows is hundreds of years earlier, I think. Gotcha. Okay. Alright. Chat, thank you guys for a wonderful evening. Hope you guys had fun, enjoyed the show. I'm going to wrap things up here. A couple plugs on the way out. If you're new to my channel, my name's Muck. I stream every evening and every weekday morning. I'll be back tomorrow morning trying something new. I believe I'm going to be trying out Days Gone. I've never played it. It's been recommended to me. I was gifted a copy. I'm going to try it out during the morning stream tomorrow. Tomorrow night, we are doing a sponsored stream for a game called Particle Hearts. We're going to try it out for 2 hours and just show what the developer's been working on. Afterward, I'm going to have a fat giveaway for you guys, just like I always do after sponsored streams. I'll have $100 worth of gift cards for you. As always, follow me here, subscribe to the YouTubes, which I'm linking in the chat, and also, special thanks to the patrons. Couldn't do this without them. And I'm going to be plugging this on and off for the next 2 weeks, but we do have a new plushie coming out very soon. If you think this guy is cute, please keep an ear out. He's being blocked by the Patreon names. He will be for sale on our website in a couple weeks. We're looking around 2 weeks, and then this guy will be available if you like it. If not, well, I thank you for putting up with my shilling. And with that, we're gonna wrap it up here. There are people still farming drops, so I will raid another Guild Wars 2 stream so people still get their drops. Let me see who is live right now. If you guys have any requests, you can feel free to scream them at me. Emmy. I haven't seen Emmy in ages. I'm on good terms with Emmy. I'll give her a raid. Let's see what she's up to. Ape Junk. Ape Junk is awesome. I did raid them the other night, though, so let me try to spread the love around. Alright, let me open this up. Wait. Oh my god. Hold on. Cancel. She just ended the stream. 11:59. She just, like this minute, ended the stream. Oh my mucking god. Alright. Let's see. I got Ian on the first day of drops, but I don't know, like, anyone else here. Alright, fine. The longer I wait, the less people are staying. Let's just get Ian Maiden. Lucky for Ian that it's past Emmy's bedtime. I was supposed to say Emmy Junk. You guys are typing Ape Junk. Emmy Junk's bedtime. Ape.exe. Alright, you guys have a good night. Sleep well. I'll see y'all tomorrow.